Chapter 1530. What happened ahead? Why would such a terrifying energy undulation appear? Don't know, but this place is a little strange. It's probably hiding some unknown secret. Secret? This kind of weak plane, apart from the Lord of the Dark North's inheritance. What other big secret can there be? Let's go. Capture the turbid human Xing Tian first. Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind said nonchalantly, not placing the death ruins in his eyes at all. Net rumble. Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind and the rest ignored the restrictions in the death ruins. When they were about to enter, an explosion that shook their hearts reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The terrifying sound was as if the world was breaking apart, shaking until their souls trembled. There were even a few Empyreans who were frightened until they nearly prostrated on the ground. MN, what the hell is that human Xing Tian doing? Why did he cause such a big commotion? Could it be that there's really some unparalleled lucky chance here? It's possible. He knows that we're in the lower realm and definitely wants to take a gamble. But a cat is ultimately a cat. A cat can't transform into a tiger. Heavenly Emperor Qing Wan said in a gentle voice. That's right. It's useless even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Heavenly Emperor Howling whined, nodded his head, and brought Heavenly Emperor Qing Wan and the rest to increase their speed, flying towards the depths of the death ruins quickly. Young Master Yi, can you still turn the tide? Thinking of Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind and Heavenly Emperor Qing Wan's strength, Di Jiutian had a feeling of powerlessness. When Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind and the rest approached the place suppressing Torch Dragon, they heard the earth-shattering sound once more, through the violently rolling black fog. Everyone clearly saw the 3 mountain-like, heaven-suppressing steels fly up the 9 heavens. The suppressing power in the death ruins instantly disappeared. Go, let's speed up a bit. There's something ahead. Although Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind was a 2-star Heavenly Emperor, when he saw the 3 heaven-suppressing steels, he felt his soul tremble. His deep eyes revealed a scorching look, raising his speed to the peak. At this time, although he was not clear what the 3 heaven-suppressing steels were suppressing, something that could be suppressed so horribly was extraordinary. It was rare even in the heaven region. Just what secret is that human Xing Tian hiding on his body? Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind felt that Yi Qinfeng had a big secret on him. But in front of absolute strength, he believed that he could completely control Yi Qinfeng's life and death. A series of ear-piercing sounds rang out. Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind and the rest raised their speed to the peak, directly tearing out numerous cracks in the death ruin space. Just as they were about to approach the space suppressed by Torch Dragon, they discovered 2 figures flying over. Celestial Emperor Howling Wind, Celestial Emperor Qing Wan. That white-robed man is the human who obtained the inheritance of the Lord of the Dark North, Xing Xing. Looking at the Yi Qinfeng who suddenly appeared, Empyrean ink Feather's expression froze, revealing a sinister look. Di Jiutian and Heavenly Venerate Dinya looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. They were clear that once Yi Qinfeng was killed by Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind, it would be very hard for them to escape death for betraying the Azure Sky clan. It could be said that their fates were tied together with Yi Qinfeng. However, even though Yi Qinfeng had created miracles time and time again, they did not think highly of Yi Qinfeng in the face of such a huge gap in strength. Very well, I want to see what you obtained here. Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind revealed a sinister smile. A terrifying amount of heaven came out of his body and sealed the entire space, sealing off all of Yi Qinfeng's escape routes. Yi Xing, they are your enemies. The tall and sturdy god fiend, Torch Dragon, who had a powerful aura, coldly glanced at Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind and the rest. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, After you kill them, help me seal the realm gate of this space. Then you can go into the universe realm to rest and recuperate. You still want to seal the realm gate. Torch Dragon was enraged. Do you know how much energy it takes to seal the realm gate? With my current body condition, forcefully sealing the realm gate might cause greater damage. After I ascend to the heaven region, I will find a way to heal your injuries. Yi Qinfeng said indifferently, and you have to be clear, even if you really hurt your foundation. When you see my father in the future, he can also heal you, and you might even benefit from this disaster. Sigh, all right, then I'll put in some effort to help you seal the realm gate. Thinking of Yi Wuji's terror, Torch Dragon sighed lightly and compromised. When Yi Qinfeng and Torch Dragon were communicating via voice transmission, the Azure Sky race experts, led by Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind, surrounded them. As Torch Dragon intentionally hid his strength, Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind and the rest did not realize how terrifying he was and even completely ignored him. Human Xing, you have guts. Not only do you dare to kill my Azure Sky race's heavenly venerables, you even dare to control them for your use. Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind looked at Yi Qinfeng coldly and said, Tell me, what is your relationship with the Lord of the Dark North? Who are you? Although the Howling Wind Celestial Emperor's aura was very terrifying, far surpassing Yi Qinfeng's, with the support of the fiend god Torch Dragon, Yi Qinfeng did not put him in his eyes and said without any trace of politeness, This emperor is Howling Wind. Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind said arrogantly, It's your fortune to be able to die in this emperor's hands. When you were in the lower realm, did your head get squeezed by the heaven region gate? Why are you speaking in a daze? Yi Qinfeng said mockingly, You're courting death. Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind did not expect Yi Qinfeng to be so gutsy, humiliating him in public. His face darkened, the aura exploding in his body condensed quickly, transforming into a large hand, pressing towards Yi Qinfeng, wanting to take him down a notch. Suddenly, Torch Dragon raised his head and glanced at the aura large hand condensed by Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind. In the next moment, this large hand that was enough to crush a Tao venerable to death shattered, like glass without any warning. Seeing the scene in front of him, Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind's pupils constricted. Looking at Torch Dragon, his eyes could not help but reveal a trace of solemnity. Your Excellency is? Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind looked at the god-fiend Torch Dragon. His tone was no longer as arrogant as before. An existence that could shatter his imposing aura with a single glance was definitely stronger than him. He couldn't imagine that such a weak realm would have such a terrifying existence. Just based on a puny Heavenly Emperor like you, you're not worthy of knowing who I am. Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind's words were very arrogant, but Torch Dragon's words were even more arrogant than him. He looked at Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind with disdain and said coldly, Your Excellency is a human race mighty figure? Although Torch Dragon did not emit a trace of aura, Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind instinctively felt his heart tremble when he looked at him. Then, thinking of the 3 heaven-suppressing steels that soared into the sky just now, a thick sense of unease arose in his heart. A dead person doesn't need to know who this god is. As he said that, Torch Dragon reached out a large hand. The terrifying hand seemed to be able to crush the sun and moon as it grabbed towards Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind, who summoned a low-grade, true spirit, sacred treasure to defend with all his strength. Boom! The space within a radius of a few miles trembled. The true spirit, sacred treasure, summoned by Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind, was like a toy that was grabbed by Torch Dragon's large hand. Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind was even crushed by the large hand, dying on the spot. Run! Seeing the strongest Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind being killed by Torch Dragon, Heavenly Emperor Qingwan and the rest were so frightened that their faces changed drastically. They all increased their speed to the maximum, wanting to escape from here as quickly as possible. At this time, Torch Dragon tapped the void a few more times, and the entire space collapsed. The terrifying power instantly annihilated Heavenly Emperor Qing Yuan, Heavenly Venerable Inkfeather, and the rest, directly crushing them into pieces and disappearing into the collapsed space. Remember the URL: Sanwu Chinese Network. Chapter 1531. Gu, after witnessing the scene of the god-fiend Torch Dragon instantly killing Heavenly Emperor Xiaofeng and the others, Di Zhoutian and Heavenly Venerate Di Miet trembled. They felt fear from the depths of their souls. 8th Lunar Festival equals asterisk is almost equal to. Equals 8 almost equals 1 is not equal to Z is not equal to. Greater than or equal to C greater than or equal to O is not equal to M. When they saw Yi Qinfeng looking at them, they were so scared that they quickly knelt on the ground. Young Master Yi, we didn't want to betray you, but Celestial Emperor Zhouqian's strength is too terrifying. We had no choice but to do this for our lives. If I blame you, you would be dead by now. Di Zhoutian and Emperorian extermination were still useful, so Yi Qinfeng intended to spare their lives. Thank you for your understanding, young Master Yi. Di Zhoutian and Emperorian extermination let out a sigh of relief and said gratefully. However, the scene that had just occurred was too inconceivable. Even now, the two of them still felt as if they were in a dream. It was unreal. Let's go, we'll go to Crimson Flame Sky and seal the entrance. Yi Qinfeng's words caused Di Zhoutian and Di Zhoutian's hearts to tremble. They looked at the Torch Dragon with reverence and fear. After taking away the items left behind by Celestial Emperor Zhoutian and the others, Yi Qinfeng and the rest flew into the sky and arrived at the Crimson Flame Sky Lightning. Although the power of the Scarlet Flame World Annihilation Heavenly Lightning was terrifying, Yi Qinfeng's group was too strong, far exceeding the limits of the Central World. The Scarlet Flame World Annihilation Heavenly Lightning posed no threat to them. Very soon, Yi Qinfeng's group arrived at the Heaven Domain's entrance. Lend me a low-grade, sacred, true spirit treasure. Although Celestial Emperor Zhoutian was strong, his injuries were too heavy. He didn't want to waste too much energy, so he took it from Yi Qinfeng. After killing Celestial Emperor Zhoutian, he obtained a low-grade, sacred, true spirit treasure and used it to seal the entrance. Get out of the way. The Heaven Race has placed a powerful restriction on the Heaven Realm. If I forcefully break it, I will suffer a backlash. You guys are too weak, so it's better to stay away. The divine demon Torch Dragon took a deep breath and solemnly instructed after studying the restriction that sealed the Heaven Realm Gate. Be careful. Yi Qinfeng nodded and retreated far away with Di Zhoutian, watching the god-fiend Torch Dragon from 10,000 meters away. Break. The fiend god Torch Dragon took a deep breath. His sturdy body continued to expand, and in an instant he became as big as a mountain. The strength in his body also increased by several folds. With a stomp of his foot, he shattered Huiqitian and threw a punch at the gate of the Heaven Domain. The terrifying fist light tore through the seal of the gate. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The celestial gate trembled violently under the attack of the celestial fiend Torch Dragon. Beams of unimaginably powerful restrictive light formed in the celestial gate and bombarded the celestial fiend Torch Dragon like bolts of lightning that tore through the sky. The power of the restrictive light formed by the gate of the heavenly domain was too terrifying. It was enough to kill a celestial emperor, but when it hit the god-fiend Torch Dragon's body, it could not shake his mountain-like body at all. Bearing the attack of the celestial gate, the divine demon Torch Dragon continued to throw out invincible punches, shaking the celestial gate and breaking down the seal of the celestial gate bit by bit. How dare you destroy the seal of my Green Sky clan? Seeing the celestial gate being smashed by the divine demon Torch Dragon, an angry roar sounded from the celestial gate. An illusory shadow appeared in the celestial gate and mobilized an unimaginably powerful, true spirit saint treasure to attack the divine demon Torch Dragon. Humph! A mere medium true spirit saint treasure wants to hurt me." The divine demon Torch Dragon snorted coldly and opened his huge mouth. A blood-like energy spewed out from his mouth and bombarded the incoming medium true spirit Saint Treasure, sending it flying. Then the divine demon Torch Dragon grabbed with his huge hand, covering the sky like 5 pillars, and grabbed at the violent, illusory shadow. Chi! The illusory shadow that the Green Sky Clan's mighty figure had spent his blood essence to form was shattered by the divine demon Torch Dragon's grab. His medium true spirit Saint Treasure was also taken away by the divine demon Torch Dragon. "Who are you? Why are you going against my Green Sky Clan?" Seeing how powerful the divine demon Torch Dragon was, a voice from the distant celestial domain sounded. "You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that I'm protecting this world. If you dare to touch this place again, I'll destroy your Green Sky Clan." The divine demon Torch Dragon warned in an overbearing manner. "How arrogant! I'd like to see how powerful you are." The Green Sky Clan's mighty figure was furious. He mobilized his clan's treasure and crossed the distant space to attack the divine demon Torch Dragon. "Humph, you're just a 6-star Sky Lord. When I was at my peak, I could kill 10 of you with one hand." Although the divine demon Torch Dragon was still arrogant, he had not recovered from his serious injuries and could not use his strongest strength. He still had a dignified look on his face and fought back with the medium true spirit Saint Treasure that he had just snatched. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them fought fiercely across the endless starry sky. Their terrifying strength shattered the stars one after another, destroying the whole starry sky. Although the mighty figure of the Green Sky Clan was powerful with the help of his treasure, the divine demon Torch Dragon's strength was even more terrifying. His strength was more than 100 billion pounds. He could even shatter the stars with one punch. "Well, I don't want to play games with you anymore. Let's end this." The divine demon Torch Dragon took a deep breath and spat out a mouthful of life essence blood at all costs. The life essence blood turned into a lifelike blood dragon that kept growing bigger and bigger. It let out a shocking dragon roar and crossed the endless starry sky. It shattered the attacks of the treasures and bombarded the Green Sky Clan in the distance. Boom! A sound that sounded like the destruction of the world was heard in the distant celestial domain. After being hit by the divine ability of the fiend god Candle Dragon, which consumed his blood essence, a large number of cracks appeared on the treasure controlled by the powerful expert of the Green Sky Clan. The powerful expert of the Green Sky Clan, who was a level 6 Heaven Master, was even sent flying by the terrifying Blood Dragon. If someone had not come to his rescue, the divine demon Torch Dragon's life essence blood would have killed him. "Divine demon, you are a divine demon." Seeing the fiend god Torch Dragon's great ability, the severely injured Green Sky Clan's level 6 Heaven Master coughed out another mouthful of blood. He had never imagined that there would be a Tao God realm, fiend god hidden in the soul-fighting continent. I don't like to repeat myself 3 times. This realm is under my protection. If the Green Sky Clan dares to send people here again, I will call some divine demons to destroy the inheritance of the Green Sky Clan when I return to the celestial domain. The divine demon Torch Dragon's arrogant voice reverberated in the sky above the Green Sky Clan. Although the divine demon clan rarely showed up after so many years, and there were rumors that the divine demon clan had been destroyed long ago, the Green Sky Clan was still shocked when they saw the divine demon Torch Dragon's great magic. Although the Green Sky Clan was powerful, it was still far from the divine demon clan that ran rampant in the celestial domain and even the void god realm. Just as the Green Sky Clan felt that the situation was serious and called for an emergency meeting, the divine demon Torch Dragon spat out another mouthful of life essence blood and used the 2 true spirit holy treasures to seal the gate of the celestial domain. Finally, The divine demon torch dragon used up a lot of energy to place 9,999 layers of seals at the gate of the celestial domain. He sealed the two true spirit holy treasures at the gate of the celestial domain. Well, my task is done. Can I go to sleep now? The divine demon torch dragon was already seriously injured. Now that he had used up 2 mouthfuls of life essence blood, he became even weaker. Thank you for your hard work. After the gate of the celestial domain was sealed, there were no alien tribes in the celestial domain that could threaten Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng directly sent the divine demon torch dragon into the Qianquan realm and arranged for him to sleep in the second-level space where the spiritual qi was the thickest. Chapter 1532. Young Master Yi, who was that senior just now? Although they did not see it with their own eyes, Di Jiutian and Heavenly Lord Demia were scared out of their wits when they heard the explosion from the Qingyan Gate and the arrogant warning from the Fiend God Candle Dragon. 8th High School? When Wang less than or equal to is not equal to, greater than or equal to, is almost equal to no matter how hard they racked their brains. They couldn't figure out where Yi Qinfeng had found such an all-powerful expert. With the Fiend God Candle Dragon's strength, he could even be an overlord in the core of the Qingyan realm, let alone in the Qingyan realm. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Do I need to remind you? Yi Qinfeng warned coldly. Yes, I won't do it again. At this moment, Yi Qinfeng was like a god in the hearts of Di Jiutian and Heavenly Lord Demia. When they met his sharp eyes, they could feel their souls trembling. Let's go. It's time to settle our grudges. With that, Yi Qinfeng led Di Jiutian and Heavenly Lord Demia away from the red flame sky and arrived at the imperial city of Orochi Kingdom. Yener, come out. Yi Qinfeng summoned the charming Shui Hanyan from the universe mirror. I'll sever the demon race's inheritance today and make you the emperor of Orochi Kingdom. As for Qi Qingtian's life, I'll leave it to you. Really? Shui Hanyan, who had reached the peak of 2-star Dao Saint and had the protection of the Phoenix Blood Ganoderma, widened her eyes in surprise. However, after thinking about it, her charming face showed a hint of reluctance. Qingfeng, are you leaving this world too? Yes, after settling all our grudges, I'll head to the Qingyan realm. Yi Qinfeng nodded. Are you willing to go to the Qingyan realm with me? No, the Qingyan realm does not belong to me. I'll stay in the central world. If possible, remember to come and visit me. Shui Hanyan shook her head and said firmly, Say, all right then. Shui Hanyan's heart was not in the Qingyan realm. Yi Qinfeng did not force her and nodded. How dare you? This is the Orochi Imperial Palace. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Several Imperial Palace guards wearing golden armor and holding spears shouted when they saw Yi Qinfeng holding Shui Hanyan's hand and bringing Di Jiutian and Di Jiutian over. Their eyes were filled with deterrence. Buzz! Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank. The soul force in his mind exploded, forming a powerful dizziness force that blasted into the souls of the palace guards, knocking them unconscious. Yi Qinfeng wasn't a bloodthirsty person. He only wanted to destroy the foundation of the non-human kind and destroy the powerful beings of the non-human kind. He didn't want to kill the others. After knocking out the palace guards, Yi Qinfeng strolled into the Orochi Palace. Soon, someone recognized him and passed the news of his arrival to the Emperor of Orochi, Qi Qingtian. This Yi Qinfeng has guts. He dares to come to our Orochi Imperial Palace again. Does he really think that our Orochi Imperial family is afraid of him? The war between the 3 nations had greatly damaged the vitality of the Orochi royal family. Qi Qingtian was still angry at the Jiutian divine nation for starting a war for no reason when he heard the news of Yi Qinfeng's arrival. He was instantly enraged and immediately notified the ancient demon lord guarding the imperial palace. What, does the Jiutian divine kingdom want to fight us to the death? Qi Qingtian's expression changed slightly when he saw Di Jiutian and Heavenly Venerate Di Mia following Yi Qinfeng. No, we came with young Master Yi. It has nothing to do with the Jiutian divine kingdom. Di Jiutian shook his head and said indifferently, Young Master Yi? Qi Qingtian's expression changed slightly as he looked at the calm Yi Qinfeng. An unbelievable thought flashed through his mind. Don't think about it. The Jiutian divine kingdom declaring war on the Kirin kingdom was my order. Yi Qinfeng said calmly with his hands behind his back. Yi Qinfeng, what are you trying to do? Qi Qingtian said softly when he saw Di Jiutian and Di Mia Skylord looking at Yi Qinfeng with reverence. Destroy the foreign race's heritage. Yi Qinfeng said calmly. What arrogance! You, a human junior, want to destroy the demon race's heritage. A deafening roar came from the horizon. The ancient demon lord appeared with the remaining 2 ancient demon saints. Qi Qingtian's uneasy heart calmed down a little. That's right. From today onwards, the Orochi divine kingdom will no longer exist in the central world. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said arrogantly, How dare you? The ancient demon sovereign's face sank. Demonic qi surged out of his body as a huge hand that could cover the sky broke out of his body. Along with his roar, it carried a power that could suppress all things as it pressed down on Yi Qinfeng. You're too weak. Yi Qinfeng was already a peak 2-star Dao sovereign. In addition, he had cultivated to the arcane body state. His physical strength was even more terrifying than ordinary high-level saint beasts. He punched out, and his terrifying fist directly shattered the sky-covering devil hand formed by the ancient devil lord. Then, streaks of sword light appeared under his feet. With a speed that was several times faster than light, he appeared in front of the ancient demon lord. Stun art. When the ancient demon lord instinctively dodged, Yi Qinfeng's soul power formed a terrifying stun power that blasted into the ancient demon lord's sea of soul, causing him to feel extremely dizzy. When he returned to normal, he was horrified to find that the 3 spirit-level Dao diagrams had appeared above Yi Qinfeng's head. They formed an extremely powerful giant hand that seemed to contain the power of the heavens, earth, and stars. Boom! Under the attack of the true spirit saint skill, the seal of heaven and earth, the ancient demon lord's body was immediately shattered. The terrifying power of the saint skill blasted into his shattered body and sent him flying thousands of meters away. He was half dead. What? How is this possible? How can that little bastard be so powerful? Qi Qingtian's eyes widened as he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. It could be said that Yi Qinfeng's strength was completely beyond his imagination. He could not imagine how Yi Qinfeng's strength had grown to such a level in just over a decade. He could directly crush the ancient demon lord. Junior, I'll take your life. The ancient demon lord roared angrily. He raised his bloodline power to the extreme and deduced the spirit Dao diagrams. He summoned 2 supreme saint treasures and launched a fatal attack on Yi Qinfeng. When the ancient demon lord attacked, the 2 ancient demon saints also used their ultimate killing moves at the same time and attacked Yi Qinfeng. They wanted to combine the power of the 3 to kill him. Kill me? You're not enough. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng summoned the sacred eclipse sword, a low-grade true spirit saint weapon, and used the sword step to meet the attack. Boundless 3-foot sword. As the sword slashed out, it was as if the boundless Tao had cut through the sky. The terrifying sword power directly shattered the 2 supreme saint treasures. With the power to destroy everything, the sword slashed the ancient demon lord in half, killing him on the spot. Then, Yi Qinfeng appeared in front of the 2 ancient demon saints like an illusory shadow. Although the 2 of them instinctively dodged, Yi Qinfeng's attack was too fast. The incomparably sharp sacred eclipse sword easily pierced through their bodies and minced them into pieces. They died in the sky. Chapter 1533. Seeing Yi Qinfeng instantly kill the ancient brew, the ancient demon saint, the entire Baki imperial city was silent. Pairs of dazed eyes looked at Yi Qinfeng. Web, Qi Qingtian, I said that I would destroy your greasy inheritance. Do you believe me now? Yi Qinfeng was like an invincible killing god. Looking at the despairing Qi Qingtian, he revealed a faint smile and said arrogantly, Yi Qinfeng, my greasy inheritance is not so easy to destroy. The old divine emperor of Baki Kingdom, Qi Yixian, roared. He held a scroll with layers of restrictions in his hand and said loudly, Demon Emperor Projection. Yi Qinfeng did not expect that the greatest weapon of Baki Kingdom would be in Qi Yixian's hands. However, even if Qi Yixian had the Demon Emperor Projection, it was useless. The difference in strength between him and Yi Qinfeng was too great. If Yi Qinfeng wanted to kill him, he would not have the chance to use the Demon Emperor Projection. Whoosh! An afterimage appeared in front of Qi Yixian. When Qi Yixian used all his strength to undo the restriction on the Demon Emperor Projection, he suddenly realized that his right hand had lost all feeling. Then a large amount of blood sprayed out from the wound on his right arm. Immense pain spread through his entire body. Qi Yixian, in front of me, can you use the Demon Emperor Projection? Yi Qinfeng said coldly as he cut off Qi Yixian's arm with one finger. You demon, even if I die, I will not let you go. Qi Yixian let out a roar of unwillingness when he saw the 8-head divine nation's national treasure being snatched away by Yi Qinfeng. He suddenly closed in on Yi Qinfeng and self-detonated his body, unleashing a sure kill attack on him. However, after breaking through to the peak of 2-star celestial venerable realm, Yi Qinfeng's strength was terrifying. The moment Qi Yixian self-destructed, he was sent flying by Yi Qinfeng's palm. He exploded in midair and turned into a cloud of blood mist. The death of Qi Yixian and the loss of the projection of the Demon Emperor, the greatest reliance of the Octave Divine Kingdom, caused Qi Qingtian to fall into despair. Back then, a junior of the human clan, whom he had never paid any attention to, had destroyed the Orochi royal family with his own hands. Until now, he still could not believe that all this was true. Father, you're old. You should abdicate. Although Shui Hanyan hated Qi Qingtian for indirectly causing her mother's death, she realized that she did not have the courage to kill Qi Qingtian when the time came. Forget it, forget it. As long as you spare my life and the people of the Orochi royal family, I will pass the throne to you. Qi Qingtian looked at Shui Hanyan in silence. He seemed to have aged a lot. All of his ambitions were gone. He was like an old man in his twilight years. All he wanted to do was to take off his armor and return to the fields. All right, I hereby announce the abdication of Qi Qingtian, the emperor of the 8 branches, and the ascension of a new emperor. From today onwards, the Orochi divine kingdom no longer exists. Yi Qinfeng stood in the air, exuding a domineering aura as he declared arrogantly. Because the scene of Yi Qinfeng killing the ancient brew was too shocking, no one dared to raise any objections. In the end, Shui Hanyan successfully ascended the throne and became the new divine emperor. After a discussion with Yi Qinfeng, the Orochi Divine Kingdom officially changed its name to the 9 Swords Divine Kingdom. They severed the foundation of their inheritance and rebuilt the legacy of the human clan. Late at night, in the bedroom of the 9 Swords Divine Kingdom, Shui Hanyan, whose body was as soft as a snake, nestled happily in Yi Qinfeng's embrace. She whispered in his ear, Qingfeng, I want a child that belongs to both of us. Is that okay? Okay. Yi Qinfeng gently stroked Shui Hanyan's smooth back and nodded. Qingfeng, love me. As she spoke, Shui Hanyan took the initiative to cling onto Yi Qinfeng, writing a chapter of love with him. While Yi Qinfeng and Shui Hanyan were entangled in the Jiutian Palace, the news of the Orochi royal family's annihilation spread like the wind across the central world, causing a huge uproar. Yi Qinfeng's name once again shocked the Central World, allowing more people to know of him. Divine Emperor, things are not looking good. Yi Qinfeng used some unknown method to subdue Di Jiutian and Lord Dimia. He annihilated the Orochi royal family and changed the name of the Orochi Divine Kingdom. If I'm not wrong, Yi Qinfeng's next target is likely to be the Kirin Kingdom. We must prepare in advance. The Kirin Kingdom's Grand Master knew about the annihilation of the Orochi Divine Kingdom and felt the severity of the situation. He immediately sought out Qian Hongyan to discuss countermeasures. I already know about the annihilation of the Orochi royal family. Yi Qinfeng has already grown to the point where he can kill the ancient brew, Qian Hongyan said with a gloomy face. Then what should we do? The guardian of the Kirin Kingdom is as powerful as the ancient brew. With the power we have, I'm afraid we are no match for Yi Qinfeng. The Kirin Kingdom's Grand Master said worriedly. Don't worry. As long as we use the demonic emperor's projection, we can definitely turn the situation around. At this point, Qian Hongyan could only place all her hopes on the demonic emperor's projection. 3 days later, Yi Qinfeng left the Jiutian Divine Kingdom with Di Jiutian and Lord Dimia. They went straight to the Kirin Kingdom. The news of him going to the Kirin Kingdom also reached Qian Hongyan's ears immediately. Yi Qinfeng, do you really think that the Kirin Kingdom is a pushover? I'll let you know the true reason why the Kirin Kingdom is able to stand firm in the Central World. Qian Hongyan's eyes flashed with intense hostility. She was prepared to fight Yi Qinfeng to the death in the Qilin Royal Palace. This battle shocked the entire Central World and attracted the attention of many major forces. The Heavenly Hall, Thunder Clan, Vast Heaven Palace, and other top forces of the human race all rushed to the Qilin Royal Palace to support Yi Qinfeng. It's here. Just as the Qilin Royal City activated its strongest defensive mechanism and was prepared for battle, a spiritual boat appeared in the void and crashed into the defensive mechanism above the Qilin Royal City at an alarming speed. Just as the spiritual boat crashed into the defensive mechanism above the Qilin Royal City, a several hundred-foot-long spiritual boat shot out from the spiritual boat and slashed the defensive mechanism apart. What a terrifying sword aura! I didn't expect Qingfeng's strength to be raised to such a level. Xian Hongzheng, the Lord of the Heavenly Hall, who was at the limit of the Nirvana Heavenly Realm, was shocked by the power of Yi Qinfeng's spiritual boat. Slashing the defensive mechanism of the Qilin Royal City with ease was definitely beyond the limit of the Central World. It had reached a level that they couldn't imagine. Lord, do you think that Chengfeng can destroy the Kirin Kingdom in this battle? Grand Elder Xian Zhongding asked. Right now. Yi Qinfeng is the cornerstone of the human race, and we can't afford to lose him. Although he has already destroyed the Orochi royal family, facing the Qilin divine nation that is waiting for him, we human powerhouses are still worried for him. I believe that Chengfeng will continue to create miracles. Xian Hongzheng took a deep breath and said, Come, let's enter the city to watch the battle. With that, the major forces led by the Heavenly Hall all entered the Qilin Royal City. They wanted to see Yi Qinfeng's invincible power up close. Remember the URL. Sandwich Chinese Network. Chapter 1534. Yi Qinfeng, I didn't expect you to really come. Today, I'll make sure you don't return. Looking at Yi Qinfeng and the other two flying out of the spirit boat, Qian Hongyan's eyes were filled with hatred as she roared furiously. Net in the next moment, a terrifying aura emerged from the Kirin Kingdom. This aura was so strong that it changed the color of the heavens and the earth. It made Xian Hongzheng and the others, who were watching from afar, feel a sense of trepidation. What kind of power is this? Does the Kirin Kingdom have some unknown trump card? Feeling that the power of the Kirin Kingdom was getting stronger and stronger, Xian Hongzheng and the others' hearts trembled. This feeling was far stronger than the pressure that the ancient heavenly lords brought to them, making them feel fear from the bottom of their souls. Demonic god projection. Feeling the aura of the demonic god, Yi Qinfeng's face did not reveal a trace of panic. He smiled slightly and said, "You think that the demonic god projection can save you? You are too naive. Yi Qinfeng, don't try to argue. Today you will die." Qian Hongyan and the others were blindly confident in the demonic god projection. They believed that as long as they used the demonic god projection, they would be able to turn the tide and kill the enemy. Sai, did you know that the heavenly tribe sent 2 celestial emperors to the lower worlds not long ago? One of them was even a 2-star celestial emperor, but now they are already on their way to the netherworld. Yi Qinfeng looked at Qian Hongyan and the others, who were glaring fiercely. He sighed softly and said, "Do you think that the demonic god projection is stronger than the real celestial emperor?" "What? That's impossible. With your strength, how can you kill a 2-star celestial emperor?" Yi Qinfeng's words were like a bolt from the blue, striking Qian Hongyan and the others. Looking at Yi Qinfeng's confident look, they suddenly had a feeling that Yi Qinfeng was not scaring them. What he said could be true. "Junior, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? Today, I would like to see if you can go against me." At this moment, a terrifying roar sounded from the depths of the Qilin Imperial Palace. A tall and burly demon monarch projection with ancient totem patterns flowing on his strong body and a pair of bull horns on his millstone-sized head stared with blood-red eyes and walked over step by step in the void. "Mo Ba, come out." Torch Dragon's injuries were too severe. Yi Qinfeng didn't disturb his slumber to recuperate. Instead, he summoned Demonic Ba, which was a 6-star brew, to resist the Faithiarcha's projection. Although Mo Ba's realm was lower than the Demon Emperor's projection, his body had reached the limits of the Demon Emperor. In addition, Yi Qinfeng had a true spirit sacred treasure, so the Demon Emperor's projection could not threaten him at all. Human Junior, with your strength, how could you possibly subdue the Zombie King?" Seeing Mo Ba walk out of the ancient bronze coffin, the Fiend Emperor's projection revealed a look of surprise, and the contempt on his face disappeared. "Mo Ba, this true spirit, sacred treasure, is for you." Yi Qinfeng threw the low-grade, true spirit, sacred treasure that the Torch Dragon obtained from killing the Howling Wind Celestial Emperor. It was a mace that weighed millions of pounds, was covered with sharp spikes, and flowed with ancient Tao patterns to Mo Ba. True spirit, sacred treasure. Feeling the terrifying power of the mace, the Demon Emperor's projection was even more shocked. "Ao! Holding the low-grade, true spirit, sacred treasure mace, Mo Ba let out a ferocious roar. Stepping on rolling demonic light, he rushed over with the mace in his hand and launched a ferocious attack on the Demon Emperor's projection. Boom! The mace that was filled with destructive power clashed with the demonic light from the Demon Emperor's projection. Instantly, a boundless destructive power was created above the 9 heavens, causing the entire void to tremble. Indeed, Mo Ba with the low-grade true spirit sacred treasure is enough to resist the Demon Emperor's projection. Seeing the scene of Mo Ba smashing the Demon Emperor's projection's attack with the mace, Yi Qinfeng was completely relieved. Standing in midair, he looked at Qian Hongyan, who was filled with fear and despair. After breaking the Demon Emperor's projection's attack with a single strike, Mo Ba carried with him a monstrous demonic aura. He quickly waved the mace that weighed millions of pounds, shattering the void as he continued to attack the Demon Emperor's projection. Although the Demon Emperor's projection could rely on his powerful Emperor's aura to shake Mo Ba's attack, he was only a projection after all. He couldn't fight for a long time. The Demon Emperor's power in his body was also rapidly depleting under Mo Ba's ferocious attacks. "Demon Emperor, we are here to help you." While Mo Ba and the Demon Emperor's projection were fighting fiercely, the ancient demon lord brought several demon overlords and rushed over, wanting to help the Demon Emperor's projection kill Mo Ba. Heaven and Earth stellar seal. At this moment, Yi Qin-feng stepped in front of them with his sword steps. The three great spiritual Tao diagrams were deduced to the extreme and turned into a boundless sea of Tao intent. Together, with the golden Tao force, they gathered between Yi Qin-feng's palms, forming a palm print that contained the power of heaven and earth, and violently attacked them. Boom! The cosmic seal of heaven and earth exploded. The destructive force that exploded instantly annihilated the ancient demon lord and the other three. Three ancient demon overlords were instantly reduced to ashes. Although the ancient demon lord used his powerful strength to forcefully resist the destructive attack of the cosmic seal of heaven and earth, he was still severely injured and his entire body flew out. Just as he lost control of his body and fell to the ground, a silver warship flashed before his eyes. The silver sword soul that was shockingly fast tore his body apart and split him in half. He turned into minced meat and died instantly. Demon Lord! Witnessing the ancient demon Lord's body being torn apart by the silver sword soul with her own eyes, Qian Hongyan only felt her heart bleeding. He could only use the demon emperor's projection once. The ancient demon lord was their greatest reliance. Now that the ancient demon lord and demon overlords were mercilessly killed by Yi Qin-feng, it was equivalent to destroying their foundation. As Qian Hongyan cried out in grief, the demonic Ba and the demon emperor's projection collided with each other like meteorites crashing into Earth. The entire sky exploded with an endless amount of light that was so blinding that it was hard to open one's eyes. In the next moment, Yi Qin-feng ignited his primordial blood and summoned the mid-grade true spirit holy weapon, the green phoenix holy bow. Open! Yi Qin-feng roared, and the strength of his physical body instantly increased to 8 billion pounds. The terrifying strength slowly pulled the green phoenix holy bow open. The rolling Tao energy, mixed with the surrounding energy, crazily surged and gathered in the two mouths of the green phoenix holy bow that swallowed the heavens and earth, forming a green phoenix holy arrow. Whoosh! There was an ear-piercing sound of friction in the air. The space where the blue phoenix sacred arrow passed through was shattered. The blue phoenix sacred arrow accurately hit the Shifter King's projection, who had lost control of his body. The terrifying power of the true spirit weapon blew up half of the Shifter King's projection's body. What kind of treasure is that? Witnessing the scene of Yi Qin-feng destroying the demon emperor's projection with a single sword, everyone present was stunned. They looked at the green phoenix holy bow with fear in their eyes. Huff! Yi Qin-feng took a deep breath, and the boundless golden Tao energy in his body continued to surge into the green phoenix holy bow. He pulled the green phoenix holy bow and shot the second fatal arrow at the demon emperor's projection. Boom! The demon emperor's projection was like a bright firework that exploded in midair. Under the attack of the green phoenix holy bow, the Kirin kingdom's ultimate weapon, the demon emperor's projection exploded. From today onwards, the central world will no longer have the Kirin kingdom. There will no longer be any demon clan's inheritance. Yi Qin-feng stood in midair like an emperor who held the power of life and death in his hands as he loudly announced. Remember the website, Sanwu Chinese Network. Chapter 1535. Lei Yi Marquis Qianming come out. After destroying the demon emperor's projection, Yi Qin-feng did not start a massacre. Instead, he summoned Lei Yi, who was at the peak of the 4-star Tao Saint realm, and Marquis Qianming, who had reached the Nirvana heavenly realm. Net, I will leave the Kirin kingdom to you. Abolish the name of the Kirin kingdom and build a new kingdom. Lei Yi will be the divine king of the Kirin kingdom. Marquis Qianming, you will assist him. With your strength, you will be able to control the situation. With the ancient demon master and demon saint destroyed, there was no one in the Kirin kingdom who could threaten Lei Yi. Yi Qin-feng could rest assured and leave the Kirin kingdom to them. Seniors, do you want to follow me to Jiutian Divine Kingdom? After announcing the fate of the Kirin kingdom, Yi Qin-feng stepped into the void and came before Xian Hongzheng and the others. Qingfeng, Every time I see you, you give us a huge surprise. Your growth really makes I feel ashamed. Xian Hongzheng looked at Yi Qinfeng, who had grown so much that he had to look up to him. He could not help but sigh with emotion. Fifth brother, what realm are you in now? The tall and burly Xian Wu asked casually. Not long ago, I reached the peak of the two-star Tao Master. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said frankly, Two-star Tao Master. Knowing Yi Qinfeng's current strength, everyone present was shocked. In their opinion, a 4-star Tao Saint was already out of their reach. A 2-star Tao Master was definitely a height that they could not imagine. Seniors, after destroying Jiutian Divine Kingdom and cutting off the divine race's inheritance, I may have to go to the celestial domain. I will give these heavenly saint-breaking elixirs to you. With them, when you reach the peak of the Nirvana heavenly realm, you will have a chance to make a qualitative leap and break through to the 4-star Tao Saint realm, increasing your lifespan. Yi Qinfeng gave the rest of the useless heavenly saint-breaking elixirs to Xian Hongzheng and the others. He also gave them the elixir recipe of the heavenly saint-breaking elixir. Let's go to Jiutian Imperial Palace. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng summoned a spirit boat and brought the various human race factions across an extremely vast area, heading towards the Nine Heavens Imperial Palace. At this time, Di Daoju already knew that the Kirin Kingdom was destroyed, and he fell into despair. It could be said that they didn't even have the ability to resist. Even if Yi Qinfeng didn't make a move, just Di Jiutian and Heavenly Venerate Emperor Extermination could kill them. Hey, Yi Qinfeng, just who are you? How did you grow so quickly? Di Daoju sighed softly and gave up on resisting. He was prepared to wait for Yi Qinfeng and the others to come and hand over the Nine Heavens Divine King's throne, praying that Yi Qinfeng would spare his life. Roughly 2 days later, numerous spirit boats stopped above the Nine Heavens Imperial Palace. When Yi Qinfeng flew out of the spirit boat, Di Daoju and the rest of the experts from Nine Heavens God Country fell to their knees. Di Daoju is willing to hand over the throne. Please forgive us, young Master Yi, and the 2 primogenitors, Di Daoju fearfully said while holding the throne. Di Daoju, you are very smart. Yi Qinfeng reached out and pulled the Nine Heavens Emperor into his hand. Very well. Since you are willing to submit, I will spare your lives. From today onwards, the Central World will no longer have 3 divine kingdoms. Di Jiutian, this is for you. After some time, I will bring people to take over the Nine Heavens divine nation. You and Di Mia will assist them from now on and establish our human race's 3rd great inheritance, divine nation. Yi Qinfeng handed the Nine Heavens divine nation to Di Jiutian. Yes, Heavenly Venerate Emperor Extermination, and I will not let you down. Di Jiutian accepted the seal with both hands and respectfully said. With one flip of his hand, Yi Qinfeng single-handedly turned the tides and ended the 3 foreign races' lineages. This day was also designated as Yi Qinfeng's Day by Xian Hongzheng and the rest. The human race's lineage would also rise on this day. Yi Qinfeng stayed in the Nine Heavens Imperial Palace for 3 days. After bidding farewell to Xian Hongzheng and the rest, he left the Central World alone and headed to the North Continent. He was preparing to bring the people from Misty Mountain over and let them take over the Nine Heavens Divine Kingdom. Misty Mountain was the most sacred mountain in the Northern Spirit region. It was also a place that countless people yearned for. In order to expand their influence, the Misty Mountain would recruit disciples every year. Today was also the busiest day for the Misty Mountain. Almost all the disciples in the Northern Spiritual region who met the requirements would rush to the Misty Mountain, hoping to pass the Misty Mountain's test and become a disciple of the Misty Mountain. How lively! I didn't expect to see Misty Mountain's disciple recruitment. Yi Qinfeng crossed a vast area and arrived at the foot of Misty Mountain after several days of traveling. Looking at the bustling scene before him, Yi Qinfeng felt happy for Shui Piaoling from the bottom of his heart. Big brother, are you also here to sign up for the disciple selection? Just as Yi Qinfeng was standing at the back of the crowd and looking into the distance, a timid voice entered his ears. A girl wearing a patched jacket with a face stained with ashes, but with a pair of bright eyes, stood beside him and whispered, "I'm not here to participate in the disciple selection." Looking at this dirty little girl, Yi Qinfeng saw the shadow of a spirit fish on her and inexplicably had a good impression of her. "Why aren't you queuing up to sign up?" Yi Qinfeng saw her standing at the back of the crowd without moving and asked puzzledly, I don't have any spirit stones." The little girl gently bit her white lips and said embarrassedly, "I'll lend you some." Yi Qinfeng smiled, and 10 mid-grade spirit stones of extraordinary quality appeared in his palm. Although registration only required low-grade spirit stones, Yi Qinfeng didn't have any on him. Even mid-grade spirit stones were very few. Mid-grade spirit stones. The little girl was also someone who knew the value of the spirit stones. Looking at the spirit stones in Yi Qinfeng's hand, her eyes suddenly lit up. After hesitating for a while, she took one of the spirit stones and said, "Big brother, thank you, but 1 mid-grade spirit stone is enough. When I succeed in becoming a disciple, I will definitely return this spirit stone to you." Okay. Yi Qinfeng revealed a faint smile. He liked this little girl who seemed to have a bad background more and more. After the little girl left, Yi Qinfeng watched in silence for a while and was preparing to quietly enter the misty mountain to look for Xue Piaoling and the others. Suddenly, there was a real quarrel among the registration crowd. Looking into the distance, Yi Qinfeng saw that the little girl just now was being pushed to the ground and arguing loudly. "Damn girl, you stole my mid-grade spirit stones and still dare to be stubborn. Believe it or not, I will beat you to death." A man with a thin face and sunken eyes glared angrily at the little girl with teary eyes and said fiercely, "I didn't steal your mid-grade spirit stones. This mid-grade spirit stone was given to me by a big brother." The little girl said with tears in her eyes, "You are still lying. Do you know the value of a mid-grade spirit stone? Who would give it to a damn girl like you? It is obvious that you stole it from me." The sharp-faced man said viciously, "I gave this mid-grade spirit stone to him." At this time, Yi Qinfeng appeared beside the little girl and gently helped her up. However, when he saw the red palm print on her cheek, Yi Qinfeng couldn't help but reveal a strong killing intent. "Bullsh*T. There is no place for you to speak here. Where did you come from? Get lost." Before the sharp-faced man could finish his words, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Qinfeng swung his palm across the air and directly slapped him away. "Ah, a murder!" The sharp-faced man's painful howl alarmed the 2 misty mountain deacons, and the atmosphere became tense instantly. Remember the website, Sanwu Chinese Network. Chapter 1536. What's going on? Who's causing trouble here? A deep voice sounded. 2 deacons wearing clothes that symbolized the identity of the misty mountain slowly walked over and questioned loudly. 8. Chinese Network is almost equal to. "Deacon Su, you must seek justice for me. These 2 are audacious. Not only did they steal my mid-grade spirit stones, they even injured me in public." The sharp-faced man complained. "What he said is the truth." Deacon Su glanced coldly at the sharp-faced man. His face darkened as he looked at Yi Qinfeng and said in a low voice, "What do you think?" Yi Qinfeng looked at him calmly and said calmly, "How dare you? I'm asking you a question. Answer me honestly. If you continue to talk nonsense, I'll take you down." Deacon Su's face darkened as he questioned coldly, "No, this has nothing to do with Big Brother. This happened because of me. I'll take all the blame." The little girl knew how terrifying the deacons were. She didn't want to implicate Yi Qinfeng, so she took all the blame on herself. "So, you admit to the fact that you stole the spirit stone?" Deacon Su looked at the little girl with hazy eyes and said coldly, I gave her the mid-grade spirit stones. Yi Chinfeng said indifferently. Also, you'd better deal with today's matter impartially. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer. You're threatening me. The reason why Deacon Su could become a deacon at such a young age was that he had an uncle who was a hall master and had broken through to the Beast King realm. Relying on his uncle's authority in the ethereal mountain, few people dared to offend him. Therefore, he was furious when he heard Yi Chinfeng's public warning. Let's go. Let's enter the ethereal mountain. Someone will clear your name then. Yi Chinfeng couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with a nobody like Deacon Su. He gently grabbed the little girl's hand and was about to enter the ethereal mountain to look for Shui Piaoling. How dare you look down on the ethereal mountain? I won't forgive you today. Deacon Su was furious when he saw Yi Chinfeng completely ignoring him. He roared and was about to teach him a lesson. Stop! What are you doing? A melodious voice sounded. Bai Xia, who was wearing a long white dress and had an elegant temperament, slowly walked over. Suddenly, Bai Xia saw a person. It was as if she had been struck by lightning. Her mind went blank and she froze. Reporting to Elder Bai, these two people are extremely daring. Not only did they steal from my Misty Mountain when I was accepting disciples, they even insulted my Misty Mountain in public. Manager Su looked at Bai Xia, who was as beautiful as a fairy with a burning gaze, and reported respectfully. Just as Deacon Su was adding fuel to the fire in his report, 2 lines of hot tears suddenly flowed out from the corners of Bai Xia's eyes, staining her beautiful face. In the next moment, under everyone's stunned gazes, Bai Xia ran toward Yi Chinfeng and threw herself into his arms, crying loudly, Who is that person? Seeing the fairy-like Bai Xia of the Misty Mountain throw herself into the arms of a strange man and burst into tears, everyone present was dumbfounded. Even Deacon Su was dumbfounded. All right, don't cry. So many people are watching. Yi Chinfeng patted Bai Xia's shoulder gently and comforted her softly. Chinfeng! Just as Yi Chinfeng was comforting the emotional Bai Xia under everyone's stunned gazes, an excited voice came from afar. Ji Qingxue, who was wearing a fiery red dress and looked even more beautiful than Bai Xia, rushed over like the wind. Under everyone's widening gazes, she threw herself into Yi Chinfeng's arms. This, I'm not dreaming, right? The 2 fairies of the Misty Mountain threw themselves into the arms of a man at the same time. Damn, who is that guy? How can he be favored by the 2 fairies? This must be a dream. I must be dreaming. The scene in front of them froze everyone's thoughts, and Deacon Su's body inexplicably trembled. As a deacon of the Misty Mountain, he knew a lot of secrets. There was only one person who could make the 2 fairies of the Misty Mountain throw themselves into his arms. I can't be so unlucky, right? The more Deacon Su thought about it, the more scared he became. At this moment, he wished he could strangle the sharp-faced man to death. All right, you're almost at the Battle Beast Emperor realm. Why are you still acting like little girls? Yi Chinfeng gently wiped the tears on the 2 girls' faces and said with a chuckle, Chinfeng, you're back. Just as the 2 girls calmed down, Shui Piaoling, who was wearing a wind-patterned robe and had a graceful and childish figure, walked over slowly. Sect Master, looking at the sudden appearance of Shui Piaoling, Deacon Su knew he was finished. He sat on the ground and said in horror, Big brother, who are you? The little girl was also stunned by this scene. She blinked her beautiful big eyes and said, I'm also from the Misty Mountain. Yi Chinfeng said with a chuckle, Sister Piaoling, I didn't want to make such a big scene when I came back this time. It's just that there are some things that I really can't stand. Yi Chinfeng gave a simple explanation of what had happened. Such a thing actually happened. Shui Piaoling's face darkened. She said sternly, Hall Master Su, I'll leave this matter to you. If you don't handle it well, you'll be kicked out of the Misty Mountain. Yes. Deacon Su's uncle, Hall Master Su, said in horror. Let's go. We'll talk in the Misty Mountain Hall. Shui Piaoling glared at the embarrassing Deacon Su. She then personally led Yi Chenfeng and the little girl who was holding his hand tightly into the misty mountain hall. And this beautiful little girl's fate had changed because of Yi Chenfeng. But what Yi Chenfeng did not expect was that she would become one of the mainstays of the Misty Mountain Hall in the future. Sister Piaoling, I came back this time to ask you if you want to go to a bigger stage. When they arrived at the Misty Mountain Hall, Yi Chenfeng took a sip of the fragrant tea and went straight to the point. A bigger stage? You mean? Shui Piaoling raised her eyebrows and asked in surprise, The central world, 9 heavens, divine kingdom. Yi Chenfeng said, Chenfeng, I don't quite understand what you're saying. Don't tell me you want the Misty Mountain to rely on 9 heavens, divine kingdom? Shui Piaoling asked in confusion. No, not long ago. I destroyed the 3 divine kingdoms of the central world and changed the structure of the central world. I'm preparing to give 9 heavens, divine kingdom to the Misty Mountain Hall. Are you willing to go to the central world and take over 9 heavens, divine kingdom? Yi Chenfeng shook his head and explained the changes in the central world. After listening to Yi Chenfeng's explanation, not only Shui Piaoling was stunned, but everyone present was as well. Although they had never been there, they knew how terrifying a divine kingdom was. It could be said that the 3 divine kingdoms of the central world had stood tall in the central world for tens of thousands of years. But Yi Chenfeng, who had cultivated for less than 100 years, had broken the legend of the 3 divine kingdoms and changed the structure of the central world. Sister Piaoling, if you want the Misty Mountain to become stronger and have a bigger stage to show off, this is the best chance. Yi Chenfeng said with a smile, As for your safety, you don't have to worry about it. I will let 2 heavenly sovereigns assist you. Heavenly sovereigns. The Misty Mountain had the Heaven Domain secret realm, so they had some understanding of the Heaven Domain level. They knew how terrifying heavenly sovereigns were. Although the Misty Mountain was powerful now, in front of a heavenly sovereign, they could probably destroy them with one hand. Sister Piaoling, think about it carefully, but I won't force you. Yi Chenfeng said with a smile. Also, I might ascend to the Heaven Domain soon. Chenfeng, you're going to ascend to the Heaven Domain. After hearing this news, Shui Piaoling, Ji Qingxue by Xia, and the others were filled with reluctance. However, they knew that Yi Chenfeng was not from the same world as them. They didn't ask him to stay and silently cherished this last moment. Yi Chenfeng accompanied Shui Piaoling and the others in the Misty Mountain for a month. After a discussion, Shui Piaoling brought most of the experts of the Misty Mountain and followed Yi Chenfeng to the central world, officially taking over the 9 heavens divine kingdom. After everything was settled, Yi Chenfeng let San Kanwu return to the vast heaven palace. After bidding farewell to everyone, he headed to the mysterious ocean, preparing to ascend to the Heaven Domain through the Spirit Tribe's inheritance. Chapter 1537. The Mysterious Sea was a sea region in the central region of the central world. It was unknown how many miles wide it was, but it hid many secrets that no one knew. Net and Tai, who had been recuperating in the soul-fighting continent, was suspected to be hiding in the mysterious sea. Where is the spirit race's inheritance? Yi Chenfeng only knew that the spirit race's inheritance was in the mysterious sea, but he did not know the exact location. It was not easy to find the spirit race's inheritance in the vast mysterious sea. Fortunately, the matter in the central world was settled, and Yi Chenfeng had no more worries. He could search for the spirit race's inheritance in the mysterious sea without worry. Sacred beasts. There are sacred beasts in the mysterious sea. Yi Chenfeng was at the bottom of the mysterious sea. While searching for the Spirit Pearl's inheritance, he unexpectedly found several sacred beasts that were not supposed to appear in the central world. One of the sacred beasts was suspected to be a single-horned flood dragon that was beginning to evolve into a true dragon. It circled the bottom of the mysterious sea, absorbing pure spirit energy and cultivating slowly. Yi Qin-feng controlled the God-Eater brain to cover the area and search patiently. Suddenly, he found the sea in front of him, fluctuating violently. A large black undersea storm swept over at the speed of light. This black storm was so strong that even Nirvana, heavenly realm experts, would find it difficult to survive, but it was no threat to Yi Qin-feng. Yi Qin-feng was like an invincible divine sword that cut through the black storm. He forcibly passed through the black storm and continued to head deeper into the mysterious sea. Not long after passing through the black storm, Yi Qin-feng was unexpectedly attacked by waves of mysterious lightning. This mysterious sea is indeed very dangerous. Yi Qin-feng had a new understanding of the mysterious sea's dangers. He felt that it would be extremely difficult to find the secrets of the mysterious sea if one's strength did not exceed the soul-fighting continent's limit. The slightest discomfort could cause one to lose their life at the bottom of the sea. Time passed day by day. Yi Qin-feng endured the loneliness and continued to search for the spirit race's inheritance in the mysterious sea. At the same time, an extremely beautiful woman wearing a white martial arts suit that accentuated her curves was also searching for the spirit tribe's land of inheritance in the mysterious sea. However, she had an octagonal disc in her hand. Using the octagonal disc as a guide, she found the spirit race's land of inheritance in the depths of the mysterious sea and entered before Yi Qin-feng. Where is the spirit tribe's land of inheritance? Yi Qin-feng was like a headless fly. He patiently searched for nearly a month, but he did not find the spirit race's inheritance ground. However, the heavenly domain gate was sealed by Torch Dragon. If he wanted to ascend to the heavenly domain, he had to pass the spirit race's inheritance test. The power of the seal. Could it be that the spirit tribe's land of inheritance is hidden in the trench ahead? Yi Qin-feng searched for another 3 days. Suddenly, he sensed the power of a restriction in a trench that was several hundred miles wide. Raising his eyebrows, he immediately sped up and swam over. Just as he was swimming towards the bottomless bottom of the trench, a large number of illusions suddenly appeared before his eyes. The next moment, an unimaginable suction force formed at the bottom of the trench and directly sucked him into the mysterious space hidden in the trench. Junior, we finally meet. When the mysterious suction force disappeared, a tall and straight man in a white robe with an extraordinary bearing appeared in front of him. He revealed a gentle smile and slowly spoke. Your Excellency is... Hearing his familiar voice and looking at his appearance, Yi Qin-feng was slightly shocked. He said in surprise, You are the father of Lingyu, the Lord of the Dark North? Good eyesight. The Lord of the Dark North's smile deepened. I am the father of Lingyu. Thank you very much for taking care of Lingyu all these years. I know that without you, Lingyu would not be here today. Senior is too polite. Yi Qin-feng smiled slightly and said in a neither haughty nor humble manner, Junior, come with me. Senior Tai wants to see you, the Lord of the Dark North said. Okay. Seeing the Lord of the Dark North, Yi Qin-feng guessed that Tai wanted to see him. Following the Lord of the Dark North, he came to the depths of this mysterious space and saw a jade stone that was as white as jade and contained a vast amount of energy. It was several miles long and suspended in midair, and on this jade stone lay a giant that was even taller than Torch Dragon. Senior Tai is a god fiend. Looking at the giant in front of him, Yi Qin-feng could clearly feel the blood of a god fiend flowing in his body. He said with some surprise, Junior, this god fiend is just a pet that I subdued. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded. A crack suddenly opened in the god fiend's stomach, and a thin and seemingly fragile old man with a head full of white hair walked out. Qin-feng greets Senior Tai. Hearing Tai's familiar voice, Yi Qin-feng immediately stepped forward and bowed. Primordial blood, I didn't expect you to be Wuji's son. Sensing the blood in Yi Qin-feng's body, Tai revealed a rare smile. All right, Junior, I've met your father a few times before, and even I admire his strength. In front of I, there's no need for you to be so polite. Yes. Yi Qinfeng slowly straightened his body and sized up Tai, who had easily suppressed Torch Dragon and possessed unimaginable strength, who stood at the peak of the universe. Although Tai's old body didn't give off any fluctuations of Tao energy, when Yi Qinfeng looked at him in silence, he felt like he was shrouded in fog. The more he looked at him, the more he couldn't see through him. Junior, are you preparing to go to the celestial realm? Tai asked in a deep voice. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said truthfully, yes, I've come to the mysterious sea to go to the spiritual race's land of inheritance and take the test there. I'll use the teleportation array there to ascend to the celestial realm. Junior, the celestial realm is different from this world. The celestial realm is very dangerous, especially the core of the celestial realm, the void god realm. It's full of danger and powerful beings, and you have the primordial blood. Once you appear in the celestial realm and the alien races discover your secret, you'll be in great danger. So before you ascend, I've found you and given you an opportunity to disguise your primordial blood, Tai said. Thank you, Senior. Back then, the matter of Yi Wuji snatching the primordial blood had caused a huge uproar in the void god world and even the heaven region. Yi Qinfeng was indeed worried that someone would see through the secret of his bloodline. Hearing that Tai Yi was willing to help him disguise himself, he was filled with gratitude. Junior, I'm not just helping you. When you ascend to the celestial realm, I need you to do something for me. Tai said, Senior, please speak. Although he knew that something that could make Tai involved was definitely not simple, he still wanted to hear it. Help me go to one of the 3 great ancient tombs in the celestial realm, the Chaos Tomb, and get the Chaos Heart. Tai said, the Chaos Tomb. With the God-Eater brain, Yi Qinfeng knew a lot about the celestial realm. He knew that there were 3 great ancient tombs in the celestial realm. The Chaos Tomb, the Massacre Tomb, and the Void Tomb. The Chaos Tomb was the most dangerous of the 3. Even Tao gods would find it difficult to survive inside. Although Yi Qinfeng did not know what the Great Desolate's heart was, he knew that it would be very difficult to enter the Great Desolate's tomb. Obtaining the Great Desolate's heart would be even harder. Back then, I entered the Chaos Tomb once. However, I was unlucky and didn't obtain the Chaos Heart. Therefore, I want you to try your luck. If you are willing to help I will imprint the map of the Chaos Tomb into the God-Eater brain. Tai said as he looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was deep in thought. All right, when this junior is strong enough, I will definitely go to the Chaos Tomb and find a way to bring back the Chaos Heart for Senior. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and said, All right, regardless of whether you succeed or not, it's rare that you have the heart. Tai nodded and said, As a thank you, I will give you a great opportunity. How much you obtain will depend on your luck. As he said that, the space above Yi Qinfeng's head distorted. A giant millstone twisted the space and enveloped him, starting to grind his body. P.S. 5th update requesting red packets. Friends who are about to ascend to the celestial realm and want to discuss the plot, please add the WeChat public number, Y1TY83. Remember the URL. San Wu Chinese Network. Chapter 1538. Crack, crack, crack. Yi Qinfeng's Dharma treasure had reached the level of a middle-grade holy treasure, and it was almost impossible to destroy it. However, when it was attacked by the giant millstone, it immediately cracked. A large amount of blood spurted out uncontrollably, dyeing him red. 8th grade Chinese? Net. Less than or equal to. His physical body kept cracking and great pain spread throughout his body. However, Yi Qinfeng, who was sitting on the ground, did not cry out as if it was not his body that was being crushed. While the millstone was crushing Yi Qinfeng's physical body, a stream of pure energy also flowed into his body, carrying out a qualitative change and improving his strength. Senior, how long do you think he can last? The Lord of the Dark North looked at Yi Qinfeng, whose physical body was constantly being crushed, and came to Tai's side and asked softly. Tai looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was clenching his fists and struggling to hold on, and said slowly, "Wuji's son is no ordinary person. I think he can last for at least 3 days." 3 days! When the Lord of the Dark North was rescued, he had also been refined by Tai with this millstone. He knew the pain of the millstone's refinement, and the further it went, the more intense the pain would be. At that time, the Lord of the Dark North had held on for 6 days and 6 nights. In the end, he could not bear the pain and had to give up. However, he had also gained unimaginable benefits from it. Not only had he healed the injuries that were almost impossible to heal, but he had also greatly improved his strength and seized the opportunity to break through to the Tao God realm. If Yi Qinfeng could last for 3 days, with his strength as a 2-star Tao Master, he would definitely gain unimaginable benefits, and it was even possible for his strength to be greatly improved. Hold on. His physical body was constantly being crushed, and inhuman pain tortured him to death. However, Yi Qinfeng did not retreat. He gritted his teeth and persisted, trying his best to refine the pure energy that was pouring into his body. What kind of treasure is this millstone? The purity of the energy it contains is far greater than that of a supreme divine pill. Feeling that his strength had greatly improved, Yi Qinfeng experienced the benefits of the millstone's refinement. He had a feeling that if he could hold on for a few more days, his strength might be able to reach a higher level. Pearl of Life, fuse! In order to lessen the pain in his body, Yi Qinfeng endured it bitterly, constantly absorbing the power of the Pearl of Life to repair his shattered body. Very quickly, 2 days passed. After 2 days of inhumane torture, Yi Qinfeng's bottleneck began to loosen. He bit his pale lips and tried to break through to the 3-star Tao Master realm again and again. After hundreds of continuous attempts, he finally broke through the bottleneck and became a 3-star Tao Master. Not bad. You've become a 3-star Tao Master. The moment Yi Qinfeng broke through, Tai opened his pale eyes and revealed a faint smile. The pain has increased. Before Yi Qinfeng could celebrate his breakthrough, he suddenly felt that the grinding force of the millstone was gradually increasing. The huge grinding force continued to tear at his physical body, tempering him in the deepest part of his body. It was so painful that he started to tremble. Hoo-hoo! After taking a few deep breaths, Yi Qinfeng relied on his unyielding belief to continue persevering until the end. 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. After persevering on the verge of collapse for about 5 days, Yi Qinfeng's strength increased to the limit of a 3-star Tao Master, vaguely showing an opportunity to break through. However, at the level of a Tao Master, each breakthrough was more difficult than the last. Therefore, even with the grinding of the millstone, it was difficult for him to break through to the 4-star Tao Master realm in a short time. Divine change of 9 transformations. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinfeng quickly operated the divine change of 9 transformations, refining the massive and pure energy in his body into the Yongquan acupoint. The gang bead in the acupoint had undergone a qualitative change, and he tried to break through to the 2nd heaven of mysterious body. Soon, 6 days passed. This boy is really a monster. As a Tao Master, he actually persevered for so long. It's really terrifying. Thinking of the heart-wrenching pain he had endured until the 6th day, the Lord of the North Sea still felt a lingering fear. If he had to go through it again, he was afraid that he would not be able to summon up the courage to accept the grinding of the millstone. The 6th day passed, and then it was the 7th day. The gang bead in Yi Qinfeng's Yongquan acupoint transformed into a stronger dark bead. At this moment, Yi Qinfeng's body also underwent a qualitative change. Not only did his physical strength increase, but his physical strength also reached the limit of a middle grade holy treasure. Yes, he's better than I thought. Looking at Yi Qinfeng, who had persevered until the 7th day, Tai showed a rare smile and said, "Well, I'll give you another opportunity. Whether you can seize it or not depends on whether you can persevere." As he spoke, a drop of white spiritual liquid appeared on Tai's fingertip. Although this drop of spiritual liquid was only the size of a fingernail, it weighed hundreds of millions of kilograms. Go! Tai's mind moved, and this drop of white spiritual liquid flew to the millstone that was constantly accelerating. It was crushed by the millstone bit by bit, releasing pure energy and pouring into Yi Qinfeng's body. The moment the white spiritual liquid entered Yi Qinfeng's body, he could not bear it even with his endurance. He let out a painful howl, and his tense spirit was on the verge of collapse at this moment. "No, I can't give up. I can still hold on." Yi Qinfeng bit his lip hard, adhering to his heart, trying not to faint, and letting the mountain-like white energy pour into his body. He held on bitterly for more than 2 hours, and cracks appeared on the tough bottleneck of the realm. On the verge of collapse, Yi Qinfeng broke through the realm and became a 4-star Dao Master. 2 realms. I'd like to see where your limit is. The smile on Tai's face grew wider. After witnessing Yi Qinfeng's extraordinary endurance, unyielding belief, and the potential of the primordial blood, Tai had no doubt that Yi Qinfeng's future achievements would not be lower than his. After breaking through the realm, Yi Qinfeng's physical pain lessened a little, but the spiritual liquid that poured into his body was too heavy for his physical body to bear. He could only continue to operate the divine transformation of 9 transformations and refine it into the Shanzhong acupoint in his chest, transforming it into the 3rd gang bead. The Lord of the North Sea was also disappointed by Yi Qinfeng's tenacity, so he turned his head and asked, "Senior, do you think he can still break through the realm?" "The opportunity one just gave him is a drop of water of 100 million caddies that I obtained in the Qingyun realm. If he can hold on for 1 more day, the energy contained in the water of 100 million caddies should be able to help him break through again. However, I know the pain of refining 100 million caddies of water very well. Back then, I only held on for 3 days and then gave up." Tai said, What kind of energy is this?" After refining a large amount of water of 100 million caddies of water, Yi Qinfeng found it difficult to breathe. At this time, he felt like he was being crushed under a towering mountain and could be smashed to pieces at any time. However, he knew that such an opportunity could only be encountered by chance. Although he could do whatever he wanted in the soul-fighting continent, he was nothing in the wider Qingyun realm. Therefore, he had to seize the opportunity given to him by Tai and continue to improve his strength. Buzz! The gang bead in the Shanzhong acupoint trembled. After refining the energy of 100 million caddies of water, the 3rd gang bead evolved into a dark bead. Yi Qinfeng's physical body had also surpassed the middle grade holy treasure and reached the upper grade holy treasure level. His physical strength had reached an astonishing 800 million pounds. Not long after Yi Qinfeng cultivated to the 3rd firmament of gang body and refined enough 100 million caddies of water, his realm broke through again. The moment he fainted, he successfully broke through to the 5-star Tao Master realm. His strength and physical body had undergone a qualitative change again. Chapter 1539. God-Eater Brain, come out. The moment Yi Qinfeng fainted, the millstone that had been sharpening his body disappeared. Tai stepped forward and teleported to his side, summoning back the God-Eater Brain he'd refined all those years ago. 8th high school? When, "Hey, old friend, we meet again." Looking at the God-Eater Brain wriggling in his palm and containing a powerful devouring power, Tai revealed a rare smile. The God-Eater Brain seemed to sense Tai's aura. Like a happy child, it wriggled even more happily. "Come, old friend, I'll help you transform again today." As he spoke, 3 huge soul fragments floated out of Tai's body. Under his control, they slowly merged into the God-Eater Brain. After merging with the three soul fragments, the God-Eater brain wriggled faster and faster. Large amounts of brain cells split, and an even more powerful child brain slowly formed. About a day later, the God-Eater brain had completely merged with the three soul fragments and completed 3 transformations. Every time it transformed, it would split off a soul devourer child brain. At this time, Yi Qinfeng had 4 soul eater brains. If used properly, they could be of great help to him. After the God-Eater brain's 3rd transformation, a green porcelain bottle appeared in Tai's palm. He opened the bottle, and a drop of blood that constantly changed shape appeared. "Senior, what blood is this?" Looking at the drop of blood floating in Tai's palm, the Lord of the Dark North felt that this drop of blood was extraordinary and asked with wide eyes, "This is the blood I extracted from the heart of an Emperor-level Ho that I killed years ago," Tai said slowly. "An Emperor-level Ho." Knowing the origin of this drop of essence blood, the Lord of the Dark North couldn't help but gasp. He knew what an Emperor-level Ho meant. Even the weakest one was equivalent to a Dao ancestor. It could transform into 10,000 Daos and cover the sky with one hand. Ho was an extremely terrifying existence. According to legends, Ho could transform into various forms and create realistic illusions. If a Dao ancestor was trapped in an illusion created by a Ho, there was no chance of survival. With this drop of Ho blood, he should be able to conceal his primordial blood. With that said, Tai fused the priceless drop of mirage blood into Yi Qinfeng's body. "Senior, by helping him like this, do you really believe that he can help you one day?" Although Yi Qinfeng was very outstanding, and the Lord of the Dark North had never seen anyone like him, he knew better than anyone that the path of cultivation was full of hardships. Only with a bit of luck could one stand out among thousands of geniuses. "I believe that Wuji's son is not mediocre," Tai Yi said meaningfully. "Senior, can you tell me who Yi Wuji is? Why do you admire him so much?" Although the Lord of the Dark North was the master of the Dark North Mountain, he was not from the same era as Yi Wuji, so he did not know who Yi Wuji was. It's normal that you haven't heard of Yi Wuji, but have you heard of the god of life and death in the Void God realm? Life and death in a single thought. Also, Yi Wuji had another title in the Void God realm. He was the #1 independent cultivator in the Void God realm. As he spoke, Tai fell into deep memories. The god of life and death, the #1 independent cultivator in the Void God realm. After learning about Yi Wuji's background, the Lord of the Dark North gasped and said in a more polite tone, "Senior Yi is so powerful. I don't admire many people in my life, but his father is one." Tai Yi took a deep breath and said that battle back then could really be described as apocalyptic. Yi Wuji and his wife stood out among the many strong cultivators in the Void God realm. They tore open the ancient road of stars and entered there, obtaining the most precious primordial blood. Although I don't know why he didn't become a god in the end. He's already far ahead of us. But if Senior Yi and his wife are so powerful, why is their son so weak? The Lord of the Dark North asked in confusion. "I can only tell you that the Saintess of Jade Heaven has died. She just got pregnant before she died, and the child is his." Tai Yi treated the Lord of the Dark North as half a disciple and told him some secrets. "Senior, I have one last question. Since Senior Yi is not dead, why don't you take him back to the Void God realm? After all, the starting point here is too low." The Lord of the Dark North asked. "If I'm not wrong, Yi Wuji is reviving the Saintess of Jade Heaven. If she can come back to life, and I get the primordial heart, we still have a chance to fight against the Celestials." Tai Yi's deep eyes, which seemed to contain billions of stars, showed a trace of battle intent against the Celestials. While the Lord of the Dark North was talking to Tai Yi, the mirage blood completely merged with Yi Qinfeng. After merging with the mirage blood, the primordial blood flowing in Yi Qinfeng's body became purer and stronger. The illusory power in the mirage blood also covered the characteristics of the primordial blood very well. Unless it was a top Tao ancestor or a void god, no one could see the secret of Yi Qinfeng's body. After more than 2 hours, Yi Qinfeng woke up from his coma. When he opened his eyes, he felt the changes in his soul and body. After breaking through to the revered 5 paths, Yi Qinfeng's strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. His battle prowess had increased by nearly 100 times, and his physical strength had reached 900 million jin. After burning his primordial blood, his physical strength was enough to crush a heaven realm holy beast. After the God-Eater brain's 3rd transformation, its deduction ability was even more terrifying. It had sublimated his soul and almost reached the Tao Emperor realm. The power of the Tao that he comprehended had also increased to different degrees. At this moment, if Yi Qinfeng were to face an almighty like Celestial Master Moyu, he could kill him with just his physical strength. Senior, thank you for the opportunity that you gave me. Qinfeng is very grateful. Feeling the changes in his body, Yi Qinfeng showed great excitement and expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. You don't have to thank me. All of this was exchanged with your great perseverance. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have such benefits. Tai said with a smile, Come, I'll give you the last opportunity. After that, I'll send you to the spirit tribe's land of inheritance. Tai saw the potential in Yi Qinfeng's body and saw a trace of hope for the rise of the human race. He said slowly, Summon your silver sword soul and innate sword embryo. I'll help you refine them. Yes, Senior. Yi Qinfeng nodded and summoned them without hesitation. They floated in front of him. Break. Tai lightly pointed with his finger. The terrifying finger seemed to pierce through billions of stars and shattered the innate sword embryo. Then he used his great ability and summoned an illusory flame to refine the innate sword embryo fragment. He melted the impurities and infused the essence into the silver sword soul. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. When the innate sword embryo was infused, the silver sword soul quickly transformed. Strands of golden light formed in the silver sword soul. When the golden light appeared, Yi Qinfeng clearly felt that the silver sword soul's power had undergone a qualitative leap. Its attack power surpassed that of a supreme-grade saint treasure and was almost at the level of a true saint weapon. Billion June water, fuse. At this time, Tai summoned the drop of billion June water that Yi Qinfeng hadn't completely refined and forced it into the silver sword soul. After fusing with the innate sword embryo and billion June water, the silver sword soul finally underwent a qualitative change. A thin layer of golden light appeared on the surface of the sword soul and slowly began to evolve into a gold sword soul. All right, Junior, the silver sword soul has already begun to evolve. It won't be long before it evolves into a gold sword soul. Tai said slowly, Now, I'll send you to the spirit tribe's land of inheritance. I hope that the next time we meet, you can bring me the primitive heart. With that, Tai used his great ability and sent Yi Qinfeng directly to the spirit tribe's land of inheritance, tens of thousands of miles away. Chapter 1540. Thank you, Senior. This junior will definitely work hard to bring back the great desolate's heart. Yi Qinfeng bowed deeply 3 times towards the endless sea and slowly walked towards a slowly twisting black hole in front of him. Tai, when equals less than or equal to is almost equal to. Bang! When he approached the black hole, Yi Qinfeng suddenly felt a powerful force bouncing him back. How can this be? I can't go in. Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly and tried a few more times, but he was all bounced back by the black hole. Could it be because there are people in the universe realm? Yi Qinfeng pondered for a moment and summoned the universe realm and left it outside. This time he easily passed through the black hole and didn't encounter any obstruction. It seems like I guessed right. It should be because of Heaven Plucker, Yuan, and the others. Heaven Plucker and Jiao Yan didn't go through the Spirit Tribe's inheritance test and didn't have the Spirit Tribe's mark on them. They couldn't enter the spirit tribe's sacred ground, but Yi Chen Feng wasn't sure if the chaos divine beasts could enter. Heaven Plucker, Yuan, I'm afraid you can't enter this place. But don't worry, when there's a chance, I'll come down and bring you to the heaven region. Yi Chen Feng gave the 2 supreme-grade holy treasure level puppets that he obtained from killing Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind and the others to Heaven Plucker, and said helplessly, with the protection of the 2 supreme-grade holy treasure level puppets, Yi Chen Feng believed that no one in the soul-fighting continent could hurt them. Qing Feng, we'll wait for you in the central world. You must come and pick us up. The teary-eyed Jiao Yian hugged Yi Chen Feng tightly and said reluctantly, although Heaven Plucker really wanted to go to the heaven region, she knew that she was too weak and could only silently accept this fact. After bidding farewell to the 2 girls reluctantly, Yi Chen Feng tried to pass through the black hole. This time, he entered without any obstruction. Looks like I was right. The chaos divine beasts come from the celestial domain, and they are also demonic beasts. They are not restricted by the land of inheritance. The torch dragon's strength is too high, so it will not be affected. Yi Chen Feng waved at the 2 women and reluctantly flew into the depths of the black hole. He entered the second land of inheritance that the spirit race had left behind in this world. Footprints. Why would there be footprints here? Could it be that someone entered here before me? Walking into the spirit tribe's land of inheritance, Yi Chen Feng was surprised to see a few shallow footprints on the dusty ground. He had a feeling that these footprints were recently left behind. He suspected that someone had come here before him. Could it be him? At this time, a beautiful figure appeared in Yi Chen Feng's mind. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up, revealing a faint smile. He slowly walked towards a simple stone hall in front of him. When Yi Chen Feng approached the stone hall, the 2 stone lions guarding the stone hall suddenly opened their bell-sized eyes and glared at Yi Chen Feng. They spoke in human language. How did you enter this place? Outsiders are not allowed to enter at all. I am here to accept the test, Yi Chen Feng said indifferently. Roar. Your strength is not right. Outsiders who enter here will die. Sensing that Yi Chen Feng's strength had surpassed the limit of the soul battle continent, the 2 stone lions who had guarded the stone hall for God knew how long mistakenly thought that he had barged in. They opened their bloody mouths and let out earth-shattering roars, bombarding Yi Chen Feng. Although the roars of the 2 stone lions were powerful and could kill a 6-star Tao Saint, they could not hurt Yi Chen Feng at all. Yi Chen Feng quickly pointed out 2 fingers, tearing apart the terrifying roars and piercing through the 2 terrifying stone lions. Since you're already living beings, I don't want to destroy you. So, you better not provoke me anymore. Otherwise, I'll beat you up, Yi Chen Feng warned coldly, then continued walking towards the stone hall. The sacred ground of the spiritual race is not to be approached by a thief like you. The 2 stone lions were not afraid of death. They jumped up from their stone seats and pounced towards Yi Chen Feng. Sword Puppet. At the crucial moment, Yi Chen Feng summoned the reward from the spiritual race and blocked the 2 stone lions. Sword Puppet? Why do you have a sword puppet? Looking at the sword puppet in front of them, the 2 stone lions stopped in midair and said in surprise, This sword puppet is the reward I obtained in the true spirit realm. Now you should believe my identity, Yi Chen Feng said. How did your strength surpass this world by so much? Feeling Yi Chen Feng's terrifying strength, the 2 stone lions were suspicious. Why? The spiritual race's inheritance was created for the weak? Do you think that the weak can help the spiritual race rise again? Yi Chen Feng asked. That is not what we meant. We are just a little surprised. The 2 stone lions looked at each other and said, All right, since you have the token, you can go in. However, the stronger you are, the greater the challenge. You better be mentally prepared. After saying that, the 2 stone lions returned to their stone seats and did not move again. Phew, let me see what is in the spiritual race's inheritance ground. With that, Yi Qinfeng walked up the stairs and arrived at the bottom of the stone hall. He broke the restriction that sealed the entrance and walked in. In the stone hall, he saw 5 passageways sealed with powerful restrictions. 1 to 5 stars. Yi Qinfeng saw that the 5 passageways were engraved with different numbers of stars. He guessed that the difficulty of the passageways was related to the number of stars. And if he wanted to obtain the most precious treasure of the spiritual race's inheritance ground, he had to challenge the passageways of the highest difficulty. Come, let me see the difficulty of the second inheritance ground of the spiritual race. With that, Yi Qinfeng walked to the passageway with the 5 stars and the strongest restriction. He punched out with a force of 900 million pounds, directly shattering the terrifying restriction of the passageway and walking in. Zzz. Walking into the dark passageway, Yi Qinfeng was immediately attacked by snake-like Tao patterns. However, Yi Qinfeng had cultivated his physical body to the 3rd firmament of the mystic body, which was comparable to a high-grade saint artifact. The Tao patterns that appeared in the passageway posed no threat to him. Withstanding the attacks of the Tao patterns, Yi Qinfeng constantly sped up. Soon he passed through the winding black passageway and entered a mysterious, independent space. And in this space there was nothing else. There was only a 9-sided light array with 9 coiled dragon pillars that flowed with runes. Looks like this light array is my first trial. Yi Qinfeng took a look at the surrounding environment, then slowly walked towards the 9-sided light array. Blood. There's blood in this 9-sided light array. When he arrived outside the 9-sided light array, Yi Qinfeng could clearly see that there were traces of blood in the array. I didn't think that she would choose to challenge the most difficult trial and even pass the trial of this array. I wonder how far she can go. Yi Qinfeng revealed a faint smile. With a flash, he appeared at the end of the 9-sided light array. In the next moment, the 9-sided light array activated. The 9 coiled dragon pillars were like 9 dragons that soared in the sky, sealing off the entire space and trapping Yi Qinfeng in the array. Chapter 1541. Ninefold Rising Dragon Array. Yi Qinfeng looked at the array with 9 dragons, rising into the sky and sealing the world. The God-Eater array immediately appeared in his mind. 8th high school, when equals less than or equal to is almost equal to. The ninefold Rising Dragon Array was one of the Spirit Clan's inheritance arrays. Through the evolution of the array patterns, 9 offensive dragon patterns were formed. To break the array, one had to break the 9 offensive dragon patterns. 5-star Tao Master, I didn't expect such an expert like you to be born in such a low-level space. When Yi Qinfeng was about to break the array, a deep and ancient voice suddenly rang in his ears. I cultivated to the level of 5 elements Tao Master in the lower world by chance. But don't worry, Senior. If I inherit the Spirit Clan's inheritance and ascend to the Celestial Region, I will remember the Spirit Clan's inheritance and rebuild it. Yi Qinfeng stood straight in the middle of the ninefold Rising Dragon Array and said in a tone that was neither arrogant nor humble. Good. The old voice said, but Junior, you are too strong. During the fair period, the difficulty of your test will be increased. Are you willing? Yes, Yi Qinfeng said without hesitation. Very good. The test will begin now. I hope you can make it to the end and obtain the highest inheritance here. The old voice said, the ninefold Rising Dragon Array will last for 30 minutes. If you can't break the array in 30 minutes, you will fail the test. As he spoke, the 9 dragon tattoos that soared in the sky let out a roar like that of a real dragon. The terrifying sound shook the heavens and the earth and bombarded Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng was fearless. He took a step forward and struck out with his palm. The terrifying power shook the space and shattered the sound attack released by the 9 dragon patterns. In the next moment, streaks of sword light appeared under Yi Qinfeng's feet. He took a step forward and appeared beside a dragon tattoo that looked like a true dragon. Then he threw out a punch that contained 900 million gene of strength at the true dragon tattoo. Roar! After being hit by Yi Qinfeng's punch, cracks immediately appeared on the real dragon pattern. The terrifying dragon roar shook the surroundings and made one's soul tremble. It didn't break. Looking at the cracked true dragon mark, Yi Qinfeng revealed a look of surprise. He was well aware of the power of his punch. It could even destroy a mid-grade sacred treasure, but it could not break the true dragon mark. While Yi Qinfeng was hesitating, the remaining 8 true dragon tattoos attacked him like a tidal wave. They continuously attacked him, and the terrifying power of the formation patterns forced him to retreat step by step. Come, I'll use you to test the true power of my body. An incense stick's worth of time was extremely short for an ordinary person, but it was enough for Yi Qinfeng. He did not use any divine ability, nor did he use any supreme treasure weapons. Instead, he relied on his powerful physical body to crush the true dragon marks one by one. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Qinfeng was like an invincible god of war. He stood in the void and constantly unleashed fist radiance that shook the world. With an incomparable pressure, he fought fiercely with the 9 true dragon tattoos. I'd like to see how many punches this true dragon mark can withstand. Yi Qinfeng relied on the high-grade sacred treasure's physical body to withstand the attacks of the 9 true dragon tattoos. He blasted out explosive fist radiance to attack one of the true dragon tattoos. Under Yi Qinfeng's ferocious attacks, the true dragon tattoo's huge body constantly cracked. The terrifying power shook the true dragon tattoo and caused it to completely lose control, crashing into the rising formation pattern light wall. Shatter! Yi Qinfeng's foot cracked the void. His entire body exploded with destructive power. Like a meteorite, he slammed into the cracked true dragon tattoo. Although the power of the 9-level rising dragon formation had reached its limit, it still could not block Yi Qinfeng's terrifying physical attack. Bang! The severely injured true dragon tattoo shattered, turning into broken formation patterns and disappearing into the void. After smashing a true dragon tattoo, Yi Qinfeng turned his body and fought fiercely with the other 8 true dragon tattoos, suppressing them. About 10 breaths later, another true dragon tattoo was shattered by Yi Qinfeng's absolute strength. The other 7 true dragon tattoos were also damaged to varying degrees. Crisscrossing cracks appeared on their huge bodies. Shatter! Yi Qinfeng took the sword steps and rushed toward another true dragon tattoo. Using his body as a weapon, he collided with the true dragon tattoo that was attacking him. Boom! The entire space trembled. Under Yi Qinfeng's full impact, the true dragon tattoo was shattered, but Yi Qinfeng's body, which was comparable to a high-grade sacred treasure, was not damaged at all. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's terrifying physical body, the remaining 6 true dragon tattoos with spiritual intelligence suddenly condensed, forming 2 dragon tattoos that were hundreds of meters long and covered with thick dragon scales. They were no different from real dragons. Its strength had more than doubled, which was enough to threaten an ordinary almighty Tao master. The 9-fold rising dragon formation is really mysterious, but it's still useless against me. After breaking through to the 5 Tao Masters' realm, Yi Qinfeng's strength was much stronger than that of the soul-fighting continent. The powerful figure of the spirit clan who left the inheritance did not expect that such an expert would be born in the soul-fighting continent. Therefore, the most powerful 9-fold rising dragon formation could not pose a threat to Yi Qinfeng. When the 2 dragon-like true dragon tattoos attacked, Yi Qinfeng still met them with his powerful physical body. At this time, only 1/3 of the time it took to burn an incense stick had passed. There was more than enough time left. Yi Qinfeng fought fiercely with the 2 true dragon tattoos, and the battle became faster and faster. As the battle progressed, Yi Qinfeng easily suppressed the 2 great true dragon marks, continuously destroying their gigantic bodies of runes. Okay, I don't want to play games with you. Break. After testing his physical body, Yi Qinfeng did not waste any more time. The 3 spiritual-level Dao diagrams appeared on his body. His left hand evolved the great Dao pattern, and his right hand nurtured the strength of hundreds of millions of kilograms. When the Dao merged with the absolute strength, the entire space trembled. Boom! Yi Qinfeng blasted out the evolved attack and directly shattered a true dragon tattoo. Then, the sword soul covered with a golden halo flew out of his sea of soul and met the last true dragon tattoo. Chi! With a slash of the sword, the true dragon tattoo's huge body was split open, turned into broken formation patterns, and disappeared in the 9-fold rising dragon formation. After breaking the 9 true dragon tattoos, a light spot appeared in the 9-fold rising dragon formation, and this light spot was the formation core of the 9-fold rising dragon formation. Swish! With a thought, Yi Qinfeng's golden sword light flew out and easily destroyed the light spot, breaking the powerful 9-fold rising dragon formation. Not bad, not bad. With your strength, the 9-fold rising dragon formation is indeed not a threat to you. However, Junior, the following tests will not be easy. It will be very difficult to pass all of them. When Yi Qinfeng broke the 9-fold rising dragon formation, the old voice sounded again. I am confident that I can pass all the tests. Yi Qinfeng said firmly. Good, the space door has been opened. You can continue forward. With that, a space door that connected to another space appeared, and rays of white light illuminated the entire space. Senior, this junior would like to ask if there was someone who entered here ahead of me to take the test. Yi Qinfeng asked. Yes, there is indeed a young lady in front of you, and her talent is very rare, the old voice said. Is she doing well now? Yi Qinfeng continued asking. She is doing well now, but I don't know in the future. With that, the old voice disappeared, and the entire space returned to normal. Chapter 1542. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yi Qinfeng stepped through the space door and came to the second test space. In this space, there was a stone tablet that was dozens of feet tall. It was engraved with dark, golden ancient characters and exuded powerful soul power. It sat on top of a giant black tortoise. 8. Chinese is almost equal to equals, less than or equal to. Equals 8 is equal to 1, is almost equal to z equals, is not equal to. Is, Yi Qinfeng walked slowly toward the stone tablet. Strange soul waves poured into a sea of soul, and the test information appeared. Comprehending the first move of the Real Phoenix technique, the loser will be eliminated forever. Real Phoenix technique, I wonder what level it is. Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself. He slowly walked towards the soul steel that was several dozen meters tall. He reached out and touched the steel. 5-star Dao Master, the highest level of the test. You have 2 hours to comprehend it. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng felt a strong suction force suck his soul into the soul stone tablet. He appeared in a cave of fire that was burning with raging flames. Inside the cave of fire, there were many ferocious fire beasts. Well, why am I here? Do I have to find the cultivation formula of the Real Phoenix technique by myself? Yi Qinfeng had the God-Eater brain, so he was not afraid of comprehending cultivation methods. However, after entering the Soul Stone tablet, Yi Qinfeng found that the second test of the Spirit Clan's inheritance was different from what he had imagined. If he wanted to comprehend the Real Phoenix technique in 2 hours, he had to find the cultivation formula of the Real Phoenix technique. Phew, I can't waste any more time. Feeling the difficulty of the test, Yi Qinfeng did not waste any time. He flew directly into the fire cave and released his powerful soul power to search for the hidden location of the Real Phoenix technique. Howl, howl, howl! Ferocious beasts roared. One by one, the fire beasts in the fire caves were awakened. They glared at Yi Qinfeng with blazing eyes and let out ferocious roars at the intruder. There were even many fire beasts that directly attacked Yi Chen-feng ferociously with raging flames. Bang! When Yi Chen-feng swung his fist and shattered a terrifying fire beast, white fly-sized characters drilled into Yi Chen-feng's soul. So the true phoenix chant is hidden in the bodies of these fire beasts. If I want to comprehend the true phoenix chant, I have to kill all the fire beasts here. After experiencing the difficulty of the second trial of the spirit race, Yi Chen-feng summoned his golden sword soul and increased his attack speed to the maximum. He attacked the fire beasts like a tornado. Divine ability mirror image. In order to kill the fire beasts faster, Yi Chen-feng created a mirror image to help him kill the fire beasts. Under the extreme attacks of Yi Chen-feng and his mirror image, a large number of fire beasts in the fire cave were annihilated. Tiny characters constantly merged into Yi Chen-feng's body. Very quickly, the time it took for half an incense stick to burn past. Under Yi Chen-feng and his mirror image's crazy slaughter, there were only 3 terrifying fire beast kings left in the fire cave. The other fire beasts were all killed by them. Awoo! The 3 fire tigers gathered together and savagely roared at Yi Chen-feng and his mirror image. But because Yi Chen-feng and his mirror image were too powerful, they didn't take the initiative to attack. And this battle, Yi Chen-feng ignored the threat of the 3 fire beast kings. He and his mirror image rushed forward and engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 fire beast kings. Mirror image sealed them. Yi Chen-feng suddenly soared into the sky and issued an order to his mirror image. Upon receiving Yi Chen-feng's order, the mirror image didn't hesitate to explode its body. It transformed into a terrifying Tao intent that imprisoned the 3 fire beast kings. Heaven and Earth Star Seal. 3 spirit-level Tao diagrams appeared and fused together with Yi Chen-feng's soul. They transformed into a giant palm imprint that contained the power to annihilate all. It imprinted itself on the massive bodies of the 3 fire beast kings. Pung pung pung! Under the attack of the heavenly star seal, the 3 fire beast kings wailed and turned into dozens of tiny words. They rushed into Yi Chen-feng's body and formed the complete cultivation chant of the true phoenix chant. There's still more than an hour. I wonder if that's enough time. Yi Chen-feng calculated the time and immediately sat down cross-legged in the fire cave. He controlled the God-Eater brain to comprehend the cultivation chant of the true phoenix chant. True phoenix chant, low-grade, true spirit saint skill. When attacking, it can transform into a fire phoenix that can incinerate all. Yi Chen-feng controlled the God-Eater brain to deduce the true phoenix chant and had a preliminary understanding of it. Although low-grade, true spirit saint skills were extremely difficult to cultivate, Yi Chen-feng only needed to grasp the first move. True phoenix, spreading wings. The God-Eater brain had fused with Tai's 3 soul steels and evolved 3 times. Its deduction ability had increased by dozens of times. Yi Chen-feng was confident that he could comprehend true phoenix, spreading wings in the remaining time. Eliminating all distracting thoughts, Yi Chen-feng controlled the God-Eater brain to deduce quickly. He sucked in the fire cave and cultivated the true phoenix chant as quickly as possible. At the same time, Yi Chen-feng had passed the soul steels test. The tall woman in black martial arts robes was covered in wounds. She was encountering great trouble on her way to the 3rd test space. This woman was none other than the descendant of Star Emperor, Xia Wendy. Xia Wendy had arrived in the Central World long ago. Using Star Emperor's Nirvana heart, her extraordinary talent, and some fortuitous encounters, she had cultivated to the Nirvana heavenly realm under the baptism of the world energy of Lihin Heaven. However, the spirit race's test was too difficult. Right now, she was in the wilderness, surrounded by a large number of ancient beasts. If she could not kill her way out of this dangerous wilderness, not only would she not be able to enter the 3rd test space, she might even die here. Damn it. Why are there so many ancient beasts here? Xia Wendy activated her star god bloodline to the extreme. She constantly used the inherited abilities left behind by Star Emperor to kill the ancient beasts that surrounded her. However, there were far too many ancient beasts in this wilderness. She killed several hundred with all her might, but she still could not kill the end. Looking at the endless stream of ancient beasts in the distance, a trace of despair appeared in Xia Wendy's beautiful eyes. However, she did not accept her fate. She gritted her teeth and used the life spirit art she had obtained from the spirit race's inheritance ground. She burned a large amount of her life force and fought with all her might. Although she did not have any life spirit items that could restore her lifespan, she had no choice but to fight with her life on the line. True Phoenix wings spread. Borrowing the powerful life force to greatly increase her strength, Xia Wendy immediately used the True Phoenix arts that she had just comprehended. A vivid and lifelike wing that burned with sacred fire broke out of her wounded body and slashed forward, killing several dozen ancient beasts in a single strike. I cannot give up. I must succeed. Xia Wendy took a deep breath and fearlessly charged forward. This was her last chance. When Xia Wendy was in danger, Yi Qinfeng had successfully comprehended the first move of the True Phoenix arts, True Phoenix wings spread. True Phoenix wings spread. Yi Qinfeng suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. Rolling flames spewed out of his soul body, condensing into a giant burning wing above his head. He slashed into the distance, leaving a deep trench in the flames. Trial successful. Reward: True Phoenix Sacred Arts. An ancient voice sounded in Yi Qinfeng's soul. Large amounts of tiny words poured into Yi Qinfeng's soul. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng was surprised to find that the True Phoenix arts had undergone a great change. It had become more profound, and the rank of the True Phoenix arts had also risen to the rank of a mid-grade True Spirit Saint skill. P.S. I am looking for a red packet. Red envelopes. Chapter 1543. I didn't expect this True Phoenix arts to not be a low-grade True Spirit Saint artifact, but a mid-grade True Spirit Saint skill. The Spirit Tribe's inheritance is indeed not ordinary. Yi Qinfeng knew how precious and powerful a mid-grade True Spirit Saint skill was. In the Heaven Domain, Sovereign Realm experts were not qualified to cultivate it. Only by breaking through to the Emperor Realm could one learn it. Net Yi Qinfeng's soul returned to his body and stored the True Phoenix sacred chant in his mind. He didn't cultivate it immediately. Instead, he passed through the space gate and entered a desolate wilderness. Only by passing through the wilderness can I reach the third test ground. As Yi Qinfeng looked around, a strange energy entered his soul sea. So that's how it is. Although Yi Qinfeng found that there were many ancient beasts in the wilderness, these ancient beasts were simply too weak in his eyes. So, an ear-piercing sound broke through the air. Yi Qinfeng raised his speed to the limit as he tore through the spatial pressure and flew through the wilderness. The ancient beasts that attacked him were smashed to pieces by his frightening speed. They couldn't slow him down at all. As he flew, Yi Qinfeng's powerful soul force sensed a familiar aura in front of him. His brows raised as he sped up. Can I make it? Am I really going to die here? Her injuries were getting worse and worse. The burning life force in her body was almost exhausted. Xia Wendy's body was getting weaker and weaker. She couldn't withstand the crazy attacks of the ancient beasts. Just as she was about to be devoured by the frenzied ancient beasts, her vision blurred as a familiar figure appeared in front of her. In the next moment, she found that the ancient beasts that were attacking her were sent flying. They turned into a bloody mist in the air and died on the spot. Is he dead? Why am I seeing him after I die? That's good. I have no regrets. Xia Wendy, who had lost too much blood, revealed a charming smile as she fell to the ground and fainted. AI, luckily you met me. Otherwise, you would really be dead. Yi Qinfeng gently picked up the unconscious Xia Wendy by the waist. He interweaved numerous sharp sword shadows, killing the fearless and crazily charging ancient beasts one after another as he flew towards the wilderness. About 2 hours later, Yi Qinfeng, who was extremely fast and had killed countless ancient beasts, arrived at the end of the wilderness and saw the space door. "Hey, wake up!" Yi Qinfeng took out a precious quasi-sage pill and placed it on Xia Wendy's pale lips, which had lost too much blood. Then he called out softly. Xia Wendy's long eyelashes fluttered as she heard the familiar voice. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in Yi Qinfeng's arms. She was stunned. "Am I dead?" Xia Wendy muttered as she looked at Yi Qinfeng from a short distance away. "What do you think?" Yi Qinfeng looked at Xia Wendy's absent-minded appearance and revealed a faint smile. "But if I'm dead, why am I seeing you?" Xia Wendy suddenly reached out to touch Yi Qinfeng's face. "Did something happen to you long ago?" "No, temperature." "You have temperature." "I didn't die." Feeling the warmth of Yi Qinfeng's face, Xia Wendy's lifeless eyes suddenly lit up. She pinched Yi Qinfeng's cheeks. Hey, be gentle. It hurts." Seeing Xia Wendy's surprised appearance, Yi Qinfeng revealed a faint smile. "Wow, so I didn't die." After confirming that she was fine, Xia Wendy revealed an excited expression. She instinctively pinched Yi Qinfeng, expressing the joy in her heart. "That's enough, Xia Wendy. I am a hot-blooded man. If you tempt me like this, aren't you afraid that I won't be able to control myself and eat you?" Xia Wendy's clothes were severely damaged. Feeling 2 soft lumps pressing against his chest, Yi Qinfeng's heart couldn't help but tremble. "Go die, you stinking pervert. After not seeing you for so long, you're still so perverted." Xia Wendy's face turned red like a frightened rabbit. She quickly left Yi Qinfeng's embrace and angrily said, Hey, the one who touched my face was you. The one who threw herself into my arms was also you. Now you're saying I'm perverted. Can you still be reasonable?" Yi Qinfeng looked at the angry Xia Wendy and said, "But after not seeing you for so many years, your figure has improved a lot. At least some parts are uneven. You." Thinking about how her clothes were severely damaged by the ancient beast, Xia Wendy's face turned even redder. She even covered her exposed twin peaks with her hands and said, "If you look again, I'll dig out your eyes." Sigh, look at you women. If I don't look, you might say that I have no taste. But if I look, I'm embarrassed. You're really unpredictable. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and teased, "All right, I won't look at you. Hurry up and change. If you dare to peek when I'm changing, I'll dig out your eyes." Xia Wendy fiercely warned and quickly turned around. She took out a set of martial arts clothes from her universe ring and quickly changed. "Okay, since you saved this lady, I'll forget about you molesting me." After changing her clothes, Xia Wendy returned to normal. She walked to Yi Qinfeng's side and said indifferently, "When did I molest you? Don't talk nonsense." Yi Qinfeng said, dumbfounded, "Humph, you said you didn't?" Xia Wendy wrinkled her nose and said with an unreasonable look, "I don't know what kind of shameful things you did when this lady was unconscious." "Xia Wendy, aren't you feeling too good about yourself?" Yi Qinfeng said, somewhat speechless. "That's right. Xia Zi, why are you here?" Xia Wendy asked, puzzled. "Because I'm also the inheritor of the spirit tribe's inheritance." Yi Qinfeng replied with a smile, "I feel that the flame of life in your body is a bit weak. Did you burn your life force?" "Yes, the ancient beasts here are too scary. I didn't want to die, so I used the life spirit technique. I didn't expect that I would almost lose my life." Xia Wendy nodded and said with lingering fear, "Burning your life force is not new. If you don't recover in time, it might affect your cultivation foundation and cause your realm to stagnate. However, I have a drop of life spirit liquid that can restore 5,000 years of life." Yi Qinfeng said as he summoned a drop of life spirit liquid. "Give it to me." Looking at the life spirit liquid in Yi Qinfeng's hand that contained a vast amount of life force, Xia, Wendy's eyes lit up. You think I'll give it to you just because you say so? Do you know the value of this life spirit liquid? Yi Qinfeng smiled and deliberately said, Then what will it take for you to give it to me? Xia Wendy also knew the consequences of using the life spirit technique without permission, so she asked expectantly, Let me think about it. Yi Qinfeng sized up Xia Wendy's curvaceous and nearly perfect body. Stinking rogue, you can't be thinking of taking my body, right? Let me tell you, no way. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's gaze, Xia Wendy's expression changed, and she fiercely warned him. Not willing? Then forget it. Yi Qinfeng deliberately teased her. He put away the life spirit liquid and turned to leave. Hey, don't go. Xia Wendy hurriedly chased after him and grabbed Yi Qinfeng's arm. No, Big Brother Yi. Other than this condition, you can raise any other condition. I'll agree to it. Really? You said it yourself? Yi Qinfeng slyly said. This lady has always kept her word. Xia Wendy patted her tall and straight twin peaks as she spoke resolutely and decisively. Yi Qinfeng pondered for a moment and said, Other than you really don't have anything on you that can move me. How about this? You owe me a favor. When I think of something in the future, I'll look for you. Okay, it's a deal. Xia Wendy nodded and immediately agreed. She took the life spirit liquid from Yi Qinfeng's hand and swallowed it, recovering her burned lifespan. Let's go to the third test space. Yi Qinfeng brought Xia Wendy and flew out of this desolate space. They arrived at a space filled with powerful restrictions. In this space, they saw a giant stone statue with a human head. Remember the URL. Sandwich Chinese Network. Chapter 1544. Who would have thought that after so many years, 2 test takers would appear at once? The human-headed stone statue suddenly opened its eyes, shooting out millions of rays of light. It looked at Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy as if it wanted to see through them. Hunting Literature Network, Senior. How many more tests do we have to pass before we can obtain the final reward? Yi Qinfeng asked. If you want to obtain the final inheritance here, you have to pass 3 more tests. They are the illusion test, the martial test, and the immortality test. The human-headed stone statue said. However, only one of you can obtain the final inheritance. Then, Senior, can we accept the inheritance test together? Yi Qinfeng continued to ask. Are you dual cultivation partners? The human-headed stone statue was a bit surprised. Yes. Yi Qinfeng nodded. Xia Wendy's face slightly reddened, but she did not deny it. She knew that Yi Qinfeng's suggestion was for her sake. If you are dual cultivation partners, then you can accept the test together, the human-headed stone statue said without a trace of emotion. Thank you, Senior. Yi Qinfeng softly thanked. All right, you 2 prepare yourselves and begin the illusion test. But remember, once you enter the 3 tests, there is no turning back. Either you live or you die, the human-headed stone statue coldly warned. We understand, but we are confident that we can pass the test. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said with a firm tone, Stand in front of me, and I will send you into the illusion space. Only after breaking the illusion space can you enter the martial test space. Only after passing the martial test can you accept the final life and death test. The human-headed stone statue said. Yes. Yi Qinfeng took the initiative to grab Xia Wendy's soft hand. Under her angry gaze, they arrived in front of the human-headed stone statue. Wong. Streams of teleportation energy gushed out from the human-headed stone statue, instantly engulfing the 2 of them and sending them into a space filled with powerful illusions. Junior, because your strength is too strong and you're taking the test together, the difficulty of your test is the highest. Whether or not you can survive the 3 tests will depend on your luck. The voice of the stone statue reverberated in the illusory space. The test time is 1 incense stick's worth of time. If you fail, you will all die. In the next moment, a large number of illusions appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng and Luo Yunyang, seeping into their soul seas. Yes, Nick Hang. In the illusion, Yi Qinfeng appeared in a room filled with red candles, filled with the word happiness. The atmosphere was joyous. On a large bed covered with a red blanket, a woman wearing a phoenix coronet sat beside the bed, looking at him lovingly. This woman was none other than his wife, Yunishang. Qingfeng, what are you waiting for? Come here. Nick Hang looked at him with watery eyes, and her soft voice seemed to melt his heart. What's wrong, Qingfeng? What are you thinking about? Seeing Yi Qinfeng staring at her in a daze, Yunishang slowly stood up. She slowly walked over with her bare breasts as white as jade. She took the initiative to touch his arm and said, Every moment is worth 1,000 gold. Idiot, what are you waiting for? Let's rest. AI, why did the illusion turn into you? Although the illusions in this space were very strong, Yi Qinfeng had the God-Eater brain. The illusions that gushed out of his soul sea were completely devoured by the God-Eater brain. Looking at the real Nick Hang and feeling the warmth on her face, Yi Qinfeng felt a sense of loss. Nick Hang, are you doing well in the void God world? Although Yi Qinfeng knew that all of this was an illusion and was fake, he was somewhat reluctant to break this illusion. He gently reached out and hugged Nick Hang. Nick Hang nestled her head in Yi Qinfeng's embrace and gently stroked his cheek. Qingfeng, do you love me? Yes, Yi Qinfeng said without hesitation. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go to bed. Tonight, Nick Hang will serve you well. With that, Nick Hang grabbed Yi Qinfeng's arm and walked to the large bed covered with a red blanket. She gently took off his clothes. AI, how good would it be if all of this was real? Looking at Yunichang's charming face, Yi Qinfeng gently sighed. His God-Eater brain began to deduce, looking for an opportunity to break this illusion. Qingfeng, what are you talking about? How come I don't understand? Nick Hang gently said. I'm saying, how good would it be if you were real? Yi Qinfeng sighed and said, I am real. If you don't believe me, you can touch me. With that, Nick Hang gently pulled Yi Qinfeng's big hand and placed it on her smooth face. Yi Qinfeng tightly hugged Nick Hang and kissed her soft red lips. Nick Hang, wait for me in the void God world. I swear that no matter how difficult it is, I will marry you again. At that time, our family of 4 will fight the heavens together. While the two were passionately kissing, a dazzling golden light shot out from Yi Qinfeng's soul sea and attacked one of the legs of the illusion. In the next moment, a series of ear-piercing cracking sounds rang out. Under the attack of the golden sword soul, the weakest point of the illusion shattered, and the illusion power that filled the space continuously dissipated. At this time, Nick Hang, who Yi Qinfeng was tightly hugging, also turned into an illusion and disappeared. Yi Qinfeng originally thought that his feelings for Nick Hang would fade, but he didn't expect that when he saw Nick Hang again, the feelings that were hidden in the depths of his heart would suddenly burst out. AI. With a soft sigh, Yi Qinfeng looked at Xia Wendy. But in the next moment, Yi Qinfeng's eyes opened wider and wider. He saw that the rosy cheeks of Xia Wendy had taken off most of her clothes. Her snow-white chest and long, flawless legs were completely exposed to the air. Ah! A sharp scream came out of Xia Wendy's mouth. After regaining consciousness, she discovered her ugly appearance and immediately panicked. While she was busy tidying up her clothes, she shouted at Yi Qinfeng, You're not allowed to look? If you look again, this ant will gouge out your dog eyes. I say, Xia Wendy, what did you experience in the illusion? Why did you take off your clothes? Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and once again sealed the feelings in his heart. He looked at the red face of Xia Wendy and teased her. None of your business, Xia Wendy hatefully said. Xia Wendy, tell me honestly, who did you meet in the illusion just now that you were willing to take off your clothes? After Xia Wendy quickly tidied up her clothes, Yi Qinfeng slowly walked over and continued to tease her. Yi Qinfeng, if you ask again, this ant will tear your mouth. The furious Xia Wendy angrily said, AI, if you don't want to say, then forget it. But I can guess what you experienced just now. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be so open. Scram! Xia Wendy roared. Remember the URL. Sandwich Chinese Network. Chapter 1545. All right, don't blush. Looking at Xia Wendy's beautiful cheeks and fiery eyes, Yi Qinfeng didn't tease her any further. He flew forwards, Hunt TextNet gazing at Yi Qinfeng's back. Xia Wen's butterfly eyes revealed a trace of strangeness. Immediately after, she shook her head with all her might and got rid of the distracting thoughts in her mind. She closely followed Yi Qinfeng, passing through a sky-like spatial wall and entering a long and narrow canyon filled with strange craggy rocks. Martial strength test. In an incense stick of time, pass through the canyon and pass. If you fail, you will die. No weapons or treasures may be used during the test. As Yi Qinfeng looked around this long and narrow canyon, a cold and indifferent voice sounded out. Xia Wendy, let's go. Looking at the black dots that suddenly appeared in the distance, Yi Qinfeng didn't retreat. He brought Xia Wendy with him as he flew forwards at an extremely fast speed. Saint Beasts. All of them are Saint Beasts. As they approached the numerous black dots, Yi Qinfeng's powerful soul pierced through the layers of spells. He discovered that these black dots were actually terrifying Saint Beasts. With Yi Qinfeng's current strength, he could instantly kill ordinary Saint Beasts. But there were far too many Saint Beasts here. Not only that, but he also had to take care of Xia Wendy as well. This unknowingly increased the difficulty. As for Xia Wendy, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. Although she had cultivated to the Nirvana heavenly realm, she still had a chance of winning against a single Saint Beast. But 3 Saint Beasts were enough to take her life, and in front of her, there were over 10,000 Saint Beasts. With her strength, she would be trampled to death by these Saint Beasts. Just as Xia Wendy's face turned pale and she didn't know what to do, Yi Qinfeng's voice entered her ears. You don't need to do anything. You don't need to attack. All you need to do is follow me. I will deal with the Saint Beasts here. As he spoke, the 3 spirit-level Tao diagrams emerged from Yi Qinfeng's body. He decisively combusted his grand mist blood, increasing his strength by 3 times. He interweaved with the endless battleships and brought Xia Wendy along. Awoo! Awoo! Terrifying beast roars shook the heavens and earth. Xia Wendy's eardrums hurt and her soul trembled. Divine ability mirror image. In order to increase the speed of killing the Saint Beasts, Yi Qinfeng created a mirror image and sealed off the space with him, continuously killing the Saint Beasts that got close to them. Golden Sword Soul. Slash! Wrath of God's punishment. In this battle, Yi Qinfeng did not hold back at all. He used his own strength to resist the Saint Beast horde that quickly surged towards him, killing them one after another. Heavens! How did his strength become so terrifying? Xia Wendy was completely stunned by Yi Qinfeng's strength. She did not dare to believe what she was seeing. These were the holy beasts that could sweep through the central great world and the outside world, but they were all killed by Yi Qinfeng. Dragon, subduing pillar, annihilating heavenly punishment. Yi Qinfeng relied on his absolute strength. As he crazily slaughtered the Saint Beasts, his mind was multitasking. He controlled his endless Tao strength, turning it into terrifying supernatural abilities and saint skills that bombarded the Saint Beasts in the distance. He forcefully tore open a massive gap in the tide of Saint Beasts. Heavens, in this short period of time, he has probably killed over 1,000 Saint Beasts. After witnessing Yi Qinfeng's terrifying combat strength, Xia Wendy's arrogant heart suffered a heavy blow. She looked at Yi Qinfeng with awe in her eyes. 3 heads, 6 arms. Although the saint beasts in the canyon were unable to threaten Yi Qinfeng, time continued to pass as he crazily slaughtered. Yi Qinfeng didn't know how long this canyon was, or whether there were more dangerous trials waiting for him. He transformed into his ultimate form and sped up his killing speed. Under the attack of the 3 heads and 6 arms ultimate form, the speed at which Yi Qinfeng killed the saint beasts had increased by nearly twofold. In addition to the assistance of the divine ability mirror image, the saint beasts in the canyon were all annihilated. After half an incense stick's worth of time, Yi Qinfeng, who had killed countless saint beasts and was covered in blood, saw the canyon in the distance. However, at the entrance of the canyon, Yi Qinfeng saw a black dragon that was over 1,000 meters long. It was covered in wash-basin-sized scales and had a pair of coral horns. It was coiling around the entrance of the canyon, blocking their path. And from the terrifying dragon aura of the black dragon, that black dragon was most likely a heaven saint beast. Its strength was even more terrifying than a 1-star demon emperor. Xiao Wendy, in a moment I will think of a way to deal with that black dragon. Then I will let the mirror image send you out of here first. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and transmitted to Xiao Wendy. But what about you? Xiao Wendy worriedly asked. Don't worry. Although that black dragon is very powerful, it is not enough to threaten my life. I am confident that I can kill it in the remaining time. Yi Qinfeng said domineeringly, You just wait for me in the next space obediently. All right, don't hesitate anymore. If you stay with me, it will affect me even more. Only if you leave first, we will have a chance to pass. Looking at the silent Xiao Wendy, Yi Qinfeng urged. All right, your heart. Thinking about her strength, Xiao Wendy knew that if she stayed, she would only be a burden. She lightly bit her lips and exhorted. Don't worry. There is nothing in this world that can kill me, Yi Qinfeng said confidently. After speaking, he suddenly increased his speed. While killing the terrifying saint beasts, he also rushed towards the king of saint beasts, the heaven saint beast black dragon. Roar, roar, roar. As Yi Qinfeng flew over, the black dragon opened its bloody mouth. A terrifying roar came out from its mouth and bombarded Yi Qinfeng. Heaven and Earth star seal break. Yi Qinfeng deduced the 3 great Tao diagrams to the extreme and fused them with the surging golden Tao power. It turned into a giant palm that contained the stars of heaven and earth and smashed forward like a mountain. Boom! The black dragon's dragon roar was shattered by the heaven and earth star seal. The terrifying palm smashed into the black dragon's huge body like a broken bamboo, shaking it. Take advantage of this moment, run. When Yi Qinfeng used the heaven and earth star seal to shake the black dragon, he immediately had his mirror image avatar escort Xia Wendy towards the canyon. Roar! The black dragon's millstone-sized eyes locked onto Xia Wendy. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards her. The speed of the attack was so fast that Yi Qinfeng was unable to rescue her. At this critical moment, the mirror image avatar flew up. It stretched out its powerful arms and grabbed onto the black dragon's bloody mouth, creating time for Xia Wendy to escape. Xia Wendy didn't waste this chance. She raised her speed to the limit and quickly approached the canyon exit. Boundless 3-foot sword. As the black dragon bit down on the mirror image avatar, Yi Qinfeng leapt up high. He controlled the 3 spirit-level Tao diagrams to form a 3-foot-long divine sword. It evolved the boundless great Tao and chopped down on the black dragon's neck, shattering its thick scales and injuring it. Roar, roar, roar. With its neck injured, the black dragon was completely enraged. It gave up on chasing Xia Wendy. It twisted its 1,000-meter-long body and attacked Yi Qinfeng. Seeing Xia Wendy successfully pass through the canyon entrance, Yi Qinfeng no longer had any worries. He raised the strength of his physical body to the limit, erupting with 3 billion genes of strength as he fiercely fought with the black dragon. Although Yi Qinfeng's combat strength was astonishing, the black dragon was simply too terrifying. The man and dragon battled for over 20 breaths of time before Yi Qinfeng's attacks were suppressed by the black dragon. Sacred Flame, 3-layered transformations. At this time, Yi Qinfeng used his final move. He ignited 3 sacred flames and raised his strength to the limit. With a single punch, he blasted away the black dragon's massive head. In the next moment, the golden sword soul shot out. Under the control of his thoughts, it constantly attacked the black dragon's massive neck wound, wanting to cut off its massive head. And at this time, there wasn't much time left until an incense stick of time. Yi Qinfeng didn't have much time left. Remember the website address. Sanwu Chinese Network. Chapter 1546. It's almost time for an incense stick to burn. Why hasn't he come out yet? Xia Wendy anxiously waited. She was extremely afraid that Yi Qinfeng wouldn't be able to slay the dragon in time. Nechi didn't dare imagine what she would do if Yi Qinfeng died in the martial test. Would she still have the courage to continue challenging him? Just as Xia Wendy was tormented by her wild thoughts for every minute and every second, when there was less than 10 breaths of time left until the incense stick's time was up, a figure covered in blood crashed out of the canyon's exit and fell to her side. In the final moment, Yi Qinfeng had stimulated the last of his potential. Together with the silver sword spirit, he had cut off the black dragon's neck and rushed out of the canyon, passing the martial test. You've passed the martial test. All you need to do is pass the final test of survival, and you will receive the final reward. At this time, the deep voice sounded out once more, echoing in Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy's ears. Senior, I wonder if we can use treasures for the final reward. After experiencing the difficulty of the martial test, Yi Qinfeng felt that the final test of survival would be even more difficult. You can. Each of you can bring a treasure. The deep voice said, That's good. Yi Qinfeng nodded, relaxing. As long as he could use a weapon, he believed that he would definitely be able to pass the final test and obtain the spirit race's inheritance. After about a day, Yi Qinfeng had used the spirit bead of life to completely recover from his injuries. He slowly stood up and said, Let's go. We'll go and accept the test of survival. Yi Qinfeng, I owe you 2 lives. I don't want the final reward of the spirit race's inheritance. I'll give it all to you. Xia Wendy looked at Yi Qinfeng with a complicated expression. She was clear that without Yi Qinfeng, she wouldn't have been able to pass the martial test. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Yi Qinfeng faintly smiled. Let's go. After he finished speaking, Yi Qinfeng brought Xia Wendy and flew towards the final test space. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at a heavenly barrier. With a thought, Yi Qinfeng took out the sacred eclipse sword and handed it over to Xia Wendy. Help me take care of this sword. What level of weapon is this? The instant he received the eclipsing sacred sword, Xia Wendy felt his soul tremble. His eyes widened as he looked at Yi Qinfeng and asked in shock, Low-grade true spirit saint treasure. Yi Qinfeng slowly said, True spirit saint artifact. Xia Wendy had read in ancient texts that true spirit artifacts were existences that surpassed top-grade saint artifacts. They were very precious treasures, even in the heaven realm. Ordinary people simply couldn't possess them. While she was still in shock, her gaze was deeply attracted to the green wand, sacred bow in Yi Qinfeng's hand. She couldn't pull her gaze away. Yi Qinfeng, don't tell me that bow of yours is also a low-grade, true spirit saint artifact. Xia Wendy gulped and asked with wide eyes, No, the green wand sacred bow is not a low-grade, true spirit saint artifact. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, It is a mid-grade, true spirit saint artifact. Xia Wendy's mouth was agape as he looked at Yi Qinfeng as if he was a monster and asked in horror, Yi Qinfeng, just what kind of fortune did you obtain in the central world? Why do you have so many heaven-defying treasures? Yi Qinfeng didn't hide anything from Xia Wendy and frankly said, I obtained them in the heaven beyond heavens. The heaven beyond heavens is the #1 danger zone in the heaven realm. Xia Wendy gasped and said, Don't tell me that you obtained an inheritance from the heaven beyond heavens. No, I only obtained a part of the inheritance from the heaven beyond heavens. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, Okay, don't be shocked. If we can pass the life and death trial, then maybe we can obtain a true spirit saint artifact left behind by the spirit race. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng held the green wand, sacred bow, and passed through the sky, curtain-like restriction, and entered an independent space. Just as I guessed, this life and death trial participant is the sword puppet. Looking at the independent space, Yi Qinfeng couldn't help but reveal a trace of seriousness in his eyes. The man was completely black and was holding a sharp longsword. He was emitting an intense killing intent. Through the aura emitted by the sword puppet, Yi Qinfeng was sure that the sword puppet's battle strength had surpassed his and was at the level of a 1-star Dao Emperor. With his current strength and trump cards, although he could defeat a 1-star Dao Emperor, he felt that it would be very difficult for him to shatter the body of the sword puppet with his attack power. He could only place all his hopes on the green wand sacred bow and hope that the green wand sacred bow could shatter the defense of the sword puppet's body. Then he could use the same trick and use the soul devourer's brain to control the puppet or exhaust the energy in its body. The soul devourer's brain was too important to Yi Qinfeng. The reward of the life and death trial was very likely to be the sword puppet. Therefore, he didn't want to waste another soul devourer's brain. Defeat me and pass. Fail and die. The sword puppet slowly opened its eyes and spoke in human language. It spoke emotionlessly. Xia Wendy, leave that sword puppet to me. Try not to come near me. Yi Qinfeng sternly instructed. Remember, what you need to do is to protect yourself. Leave the rest to me. Yi Qinfeng, your heart. In the spirit race's inheritance ground, Xia Wendy helplessly discovered that she was so useless. This dealt a blow to her prideful heart. I still say the same thing. No one in this world can kill me. Yi Qinfeng's lips curled into a confident smile. He spoke in an overbearing manner as he took the sacred sword of eclipse from Xia Wendy's hands. Xia Wendy retreated to the side, but her eyes were fixed on Yi Qinfeng. The domineering manner and confidence that Yi Qinfeng had just revealed were like poison that corroded her heart, making her heart tremble. Thinking of the scene in the illusory space, Xia Wendy suddenly felt her cheeks burning. A thought came to her mind. I can't have really fallen in love with him, right? Human, let me see your true strength. The sword spirit puppet took a step forward, and the power in its body surged like a surging tide, crazily gushing out of its body, pushing its strength up bit by bit. Sacred fire triple transformation. When the sword puppet was increasing its strength, Yi Qinfeng burned the sacred fire triple transformation and the primordial blood, forcibly raising his strength to the peak of a 6-star Dao Master. However, compared to the sword puppet, there was still a big gap in strength. Swish! When Yi Qinfeng's strength rose sharply, an ear-piercing sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The sword puppet quickly struck out with its sword. Like a bolt of lightning, it slashed toward Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng intended to test the sword puppet's attack power. Instead of dodging, he held the sacred sword of eclipse in his hand and thrust it at the lightning-fast warship. Buzz! Yi Qinfeng's strength exploded. 8 billion gene of strength surged into the sacred sword of eclipse and pierced through the lightning warship's attack. Phew! Fortunately, the sword puppet's battle power is still within my control. After seeing the sword puppet's attack power, Yi Qinfeng heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he could restrain the sword puppet's attack and reduce the threat to the minimum, he believed that he could hold on until the end, defeat the sword puppet, and pass the test of life and death. P.S. all kinds of requests. Remember the URL. Sandwich Chinese Network. Chapter 1547. Swish, swish, swish. After a single sword strike, the sword puppet's body suddenly turned blurry. It held an incomparably sharp long sword with an attack power that was almost superior to a peak-grade saint artifact and launched a ferocious attack at Yi Qinfeng. Net Green Wand Saint Bao. The sword puppet launched an attack, and the God-Eater brain captured its attack trajectory. Yi Qinfeng executed the double-time flow and exploded with nearly 3 billion gene of strength. He forcefully pulled the green wand Saint Bao and shot it at the sword puppet. Ka! 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 Under the attack of the green wand sacred arrow, the powerful warships shattered like glass. The terrifying sacred arrow smashed into the sword spirit puppet's body like it was made of rotten wood, sending it flying back close to 100 meters. Such powerful might. Witnessing the might of the green wand Saint Bao, Xia Wendy revealed an excited expression. Although the sword puppet's strength was frightening, she had a feeling that the green wand Saint Bao might be able to help Yi Qinfeng turn the tide and defeat the sword puppet. Mid-grade, true spirit saint artifact. The sword puppet had extremely high intelligence. When it saw the green wand Saint Bao in Yi Qinfeng's hand, its black, gem-like eyes emitted a dazzling light. I want to see how many of my arrows you can block. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and exploded with nearly 3 billion gene of strength. He pulled the green wand Saint Bao again and controlled the golden Tao energy in his body to enter the Saint Bao. It caused the space to tremble as it was shot at the sword puppet. Although using a mid-grade, true spirit saint artifact consumed a lot of energy, and a supreme-level expert couldn't continue attacking, Yi Qinfeng had ignited his grand mist blood and possessed endless Tao energy. He constantly exploded with the power of a heaven-class saint beast and pulled the green wand Saint Bao, attacking the indestructible body of the sword puppet. Under the attack of Yi Qinfeng's green wand Saint Bao, the sword puppet's offense was instantly suppressed. The green wand saint arrows rapidly consumed the energy in its body, causing it to be infuriated. However, the sword puppet's body was too tough. After receiving continuous attacks from the green wand saint arrows, it still didn't show any signs of cracking. Gold Sword Soul Fuse. Yi Qinfeng multitasked, controlling the golden sword spirit to fuse with the sacred eclipsing sun sword. It flew into the air, creating overlapping sword shadows that slashed at the sword puppet like mercury, continuing to deplete its energy. Win. Qingfeng, you must win. Xia Wendy tightly pursed her lips, silently praying in her heart. Just as the sword puppet was annihilated by the attacks of the Cyan Phoenix, Sacred Bao, and Eclipse Sacred Sword, a terrifying energy erupted from its body, like an erupting volcano that pierced the heavens. In the next moment, the sword puppet withstood the attack of the Sacred Eclipse sword and leaped high into the air. His sword swung in all directions, and the terrifying airship circled around him like a swimming dragon, blocking the attacks of the two sacred weapons. Pooh! A mouthful of essence blood was spat out of Yi Qinfeng's mouth, fusing into the Cyan Phoenix, Sacred Bao. After fusing with Yi Qinfeng's essence blood, the two lifelike Cyan Phoenixes within the Cyan Phoenix, Sacred Bao, opened their sharp eyes. Yi Qinfeng deduced his own Tao intent to the extreme, crazily fusing it into the Cyan Phoenix, Sacred Bao, and shot it at the approaching sword puppet. Pum! The sword puppet's body trembled as it was struck by the Cyan Phoenix, sacred arrow with a long bloody tail. The explosive energy within its body was pierced through, and the Cyan Phoenix, sacred arrow ruthlessly shot into its body like a hot knife through butter, sending it flying. Its entire body heavily crashed into the spatial wall several hundred meters away. Pooh! Seeing how terrifying the Cyan Phoenix, sacred Bao, was after fusing with his essence blood, Yi Qinfeng spat out more essence blood without hesitation, fusing it into the Cyan Phoenix, Sacred Bao, increasing the power of the sacred bow as he continued to shoot at the sword puppet. Under the attack of the Cyan Phoenix sacred arrow with a long bloody tail, the sword puppet's entire body was forcefully nailed to the spatial wall, and a tiny crack appeared on its chest bit by bit. Cracked! The sword puppet has been cracked by me. This discovery made Yi Qin-feng extremely happy. Without caring about the consumption of his energy, he continued to pour his endless Tao force into the Cyan Phoenix sacred bow, shooting at the crack on the sword puppet's chest. He wanted to pierce through it and exhaust all of his energy. The cracking of its body had completely infuriated the sword puppet. It tightly gripped the long sword in its hand and attacked with all its might, wanting to turn the tables around. The grand mist blood was too heaven-defying, allowing Yi Qinfeng's Tao force to be endless. He could pull the Cyan Phoenix sacred bow endlessly, suppressing the Hui's attacks and shattering its counterattacks time and time again. Gradually, more than half of the sword puppet's energy was depleted, and its attack power also began to decrease. Cyan Phoenix, sacred bow, pierce through it for me. Feeling that the grand mist blood's amplitude was rapidly diminishing, Yi Qinfeng continued to pour his essence blood into the Cyan Phoenix sacred bow, shooting out his most powerful arrow. He shot at the crack on the sword puppet's chest, entering its body and quickly depleting its energy. Golden Sword Spirit, it's all up to you now. When the Cyan Phoenix sacred arrow was shattered by the surging energy in the sword puppet's body, the Golden Sword Spirit broke through the Eclipse sacred sword, entering the sword puppet's body through the crack on its chest. Next, the Golden Sword Spirit overturned the sea in the sword puppet's body, destroying its energy. The sword puppet had no time to attack Yi Qinfeng, so it could only mobilize its energy to attack the Golden Sword Spirit. Although the Golden Sword Spirit had not completely evolved into a Golden Sword Spirit, it was still terrifying. It was not something the sword puppet's energy could destroy. Yi Qinfeng seized the opportunity when the Zhuling puppet was attacking the Golden Sword Spirit and continued to pull the Cyan Phoenix sacred bow, attacking the sword puppet's head. Under the dual attacks of Yi Qinfeng and the Golden Sword Spirit, the sword puppet's energy was rapidly depleting, slowly drying up. Success, it's about to succeed. Seeing that the sword puppet was unable to threaten Yi Qinfeng from beginning to end, Xia Wendy was happy, but she was also disappointed by Yi Qinfeng's strength. She felt that with Yi Qinfeng's current strength and foundation, even if he ascended to the heaven domain, he would still have the ability to protect himself. Human, take my final attack. The moment the energy in its body dried up, the sword puppet poured the last of its energy into the black long sword in its hand and threw it out with all its strength, shooting it towards Yi Qinfeng. Chi-chi, the black long sword sliced through space, leaving a deep sword scar. A terrifying sword aura gushed out, destroying everything in its path. Yi Qinfeng sensed a thick aura of danger. Feeling that this sword was completely locked on him, Yi Qinfeng knew that dodging was useless. He could only use the sickle strike. Nearly 3 billion jin of strength burst out. He held the green wand sacred bow and pulled it back with all his might. Ignoring the endurance of his body, he pulled the green wand sacred bow and shot out 2 arrows consecutively. They were shot at the black long sword that was flying towards him at close range. Pum! 1 Cyan Phoenix sacred arrow shattered. The second Cyan Phoenix sacred arrow lasted for a breath of time before shattering as well. Before Yi Qinfeng could pull the bow and shoot the third arrow, the black longsword pierced through Yi Qinfeng's defense and shot into his chest. In an instant, a large amount of blood spurted out from Yi Qinfeng's chest, dyeing the void red. Remember the URL: Sanwu Chinese Network. Chapter 1548. Chang Feng. The moment Yi Qinfeng was pierced by the black sword, Xia Wendy felt as if she had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Her mind went blank, and a large amount of tears flowed uncontrollably, dyeing her beautiful face. She appeared in the air and caught Yi Qinfeng who had lost control of his body and was spurting blood. 8. Chinese? Net. 1. 1. 8. Qingfeng, don't scare me. Nothing must happen to you. Xia, Wendy hugged Yi Qinfeng's head tightly and cried loudly. She didn't dare to imagine if Yi Qinfeng died, would she go crazy? Xia, Wendy, you get up. You're suffocating me. Yi Qinfeng felt two soft lumps pressing against his face, making his heart tremble. He struggled to speak. You're fine. Feeling that Yi Qinfeng's vitality was still vigorous, Xia, Wendy's broken heart, instantly healed. She quickly got up, opened her eyes wide, and said excitedly, That sword just now couldn't kill me. But if you don't get up, then it's hard to say. Looking at the tearful Xia Wendy, Yi Qinfeng pulled out the black sword from his chest and said, Tell me honestly, what did you eat? Why are you suddenly so plump? You go to hell. After confirming that Yi Qinfeng was really fine, Xia Wendy's delicate face flushed as she said, coquettishly, Now we should have passed the test. Yi Qinfeng slowly stood up and said, And what had just saved his life was the chaos divine that was parasitic in his heart meridian. Yi Qinfeng's life treasure, the chaos divine wood, had also swallowed a large amount of energy under the sharpening of the energy millstone. It had undergone a transformation, and its power had surpassed that of a top-grade holy treasure and reached the level of a true spirit holy treasure. It had easily blocked the fatal blow of the black sword. Pass. As a reward, this sword puppet is yours. The ancient voice rang out, and the entire space shattered. Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy were teleported to the end of the inheritance ground and saw the human-headed stone statue. You are more outstanding than I imagined. The 3 great inheritances left behind by the spirit tribe here are not difficult for you. The human-headed stone statue spoke in the human language. No, I didn't help at all. It was all thanks to Qingfeng that I was able to make it to the end. Although Xia Dai knew that the spirit race's inheritance grounds rewards were unimaginable, she also knew that without Yi Qinfeng, she wouldn't exist. With her strength, it was extremely likely that she would die here. Thus, she didn't covet the spirit race's inheritance treasure. Since you have passed the test, I will give you all the rewards. As for how to distribute them, you can discuss among yourselves. As the statue spoke, the entire space began to distort. A stone tablet that was dozens of feet tall and filled with a terrifying Tao intent appeared in front of them. There were 2 half-meter-long ancient trees, a scroll with a powerful seal, an illusory armor, and a spirit bead the size of a millstone. All right, let me explain your rewards. For passing the highest difficulty of my spirit race's inheritance ground, you will receive a Tao intent stone tablet, a time divine wood branch, a space divine wood branch, a low-grade true spirit saint cloak, a high-grade true spirit saint skill, the true spirit fighting dragon fist, and a spirit source. After summoning the final reward, the human-headed stone statue began to explain the 6 great treasures in detail. Spirit source, although the time divine would branch, space divine would branch, and true spirit fighting dragon fist were priceless. Yi Qinfeng knew that the most precious of these rewards was the spirit source. The spirit source is one of the spirit source that my spirit race collected back in the day. It contains unimaginable power. With your strength, if you can refine it, you will be able to greatly increase your strength. The human-headed stone statue continued. Senior, if we pass the test of the spirit race's inheritance ground, can we ascend to the heaven realm through this place? Ascending to the heaven realm was one of Yi Qinfeng's goals. Yes, if you are willing to ascend to the heaven realm, I can tell you the location of the 3rd inheritance ground of my spirit race. If you can pass the test there, you will receive the most precious treasure and inheritance of my spirit race. The human-headed stone statue said, I am willing. Yi Qinfeng said without hesitation. Junior, you need to be clear. Although the 3rd inheritance of the spirit clan is precious and is enough to make any force in the heaven domain jealous, The final treasure of the Spirit Clan is yours to obtain. The hope of the Spirit Clan's revival lies with you. Moreover, the enemy of the Spirit Clan is very powerful. If you want to take revenge for the Spirit Clan and rebuild the inheritance of the Spirit Clan, you must die. The human-headed stone statue said seriously. I understand. I am willing to take on this responsibility. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said solemnly, Good, then swear to the heavens. After you swear, I will tell you the location of the final inheritance ground of my spirit race. The human-headed stone statue said. Okay. Yi Qinfeng nodded and pointed a finger at the sky to swear to the heavens. Good. I hope that your appearance will change the fate of my spirit race. After he said that, the human-headed stone statue emitted a strange soul fluctuation and entered Yi Qinfeng's soul sea. Heaven Realm, Death Cave. Although Yi Qinfeng did not know what dangers there were in the Death Cave, just the name alone made him feel that this place was not simple. It was definitely a place where people would eat them alive. All right, Junior, the two of you can cultivate here. When you decide to go to the Heaven Realm, tell me. I will open the Realm Transfer Array and send you there. After he said that, the human-headed stone statue seemed to have fallen into an endless sleep. Qingfeng, I don't want any of the spirit race's inheritances. I will give them all to you. Although the 6 great inheritances were very tempting, Xia Wendy still decided to give them all to Yi Qinfeng. I only want 4 of the great inheritances. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and summoned the most precious spiritual source, an invisible spiritual robe. He said, Come, take this spiritual source. The invisible spiritual robe is yours. The rest is mine. No, this spirit source is too precious. I can't take it. Xia Wendy knew that the most precious of the 6 great inheritances was the spirit source. Although she was moved, she did not accept it. Xia Wendy, do you want to go to the Heaven Realm? Yi Qinfeng asked solemnly. Yes, of course. I want to fulfill the wishes of my ancestors and ascend to the Heaven Realm. Xia Wendy nodded. You should know that although your strength is very strong in the soul-fighting continent, you can only be considered cannon fodder in the Heaven Realm. So if you want to see the bigger stage of the Heaven Realm, you must increase your strength. And I don't want to bring a burden with me. If you really want to help me, then increase your strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will only be a burden to me. Yi Qinfeng said solemnly. I know. Xia Wendy silently looked at Yi Qinfeng's eyes and lightly nodded. She accepted the spirit source and spirit cloak. Although she had only said 4 short words, her tone had changed. Her heart had also changed at this moment. All right, we will cultivate here for a period of time. When we complete the final transformation, we will ascend to the Heaven Realm and see the bigger stage of the Heaven Realm. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said with great ambition. Chapter 1549. Time Divine would branch, Space Divine would branch. I didn't expect the Spirit Tribe's inheritance to have these 2 branches. Although the Spirit Source was precious, it wasn't as attractive as these 2 branches. If he could further grasp the time and space laws, it would greatly increase his foundation. Hunting literature, Net Yi Qinfeng found a place with abundant spiritual energy. He decided to first comprehend the time and space laws before comprehending the Tao Steel and learning the high-grade True Spirit Saint skill, True Spirit Dragon Wrestling Fist. Who? Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and regulated his breathing for a while. Then he summoned his life treasure, the Chaos Divine Wood. He controlled the Chaos Divine Wood to release a powerful devouring force. At the same time, it devoured the Time Divine Wood branch and the Space Divine Wood branch. In the next moment, he controlled the Chaos Divine Wood to quickly refine the 2 branches and comprehend the time and space laws that were slowly seeping out from the Chaos Divine Wood. As Yi Qinfeng was comprehending the 2 laws, Xia Wendy dripped her blood on the hidden spirit robe. After keeping it in her body, She began to slowly absorb the spirit source, breaking through the world shackles and charging towards the 4-star Tao Saint realm. Although Xia Wendy's talent was extraordinary and her cultivation foundation was extremely solid, the spirit source was still an extremely precious energy in the heaven region. If it was leaked out, even Tao lords would try to snatch it. With her Nirvana heaven realm cultivation, refining it was extremely risky and difficult. However, Xia Wendy had the heart to pursue the supreme great path. Her star god bloodline was incomparably powerful. In addition to her born Taoism aptitude, she had extraordinary willpower. She gritted her teeth and silently endured the pain of refining the spirit source. Little by little, she transformed her body and broke through to the next level. Very quickly, 3 months passed. In these 3 months, the time flow around Yi Qinfeng's body became faster and faster. The overlapping space around him was constantly being cut off and filled with the terrifying power of space. I finally grasped the 4 times flow of time and comprehended the 3rd level of the spatial laws, space partition. Yi Qinfeng let out a long breath. After 3 months of meditation, he woke up with a trace of joy on his face. After grasping the quadruple flow of time, his attack speed and flight speed would become even faster. And in a battle of life and death, quadruple flow of time was enough to allow Yi Qinfeng to turn the tides at the most crucial moment and turn the tides. Although spatial isolation didn't have much offensive power, it was an extremely powerful defensive method that could defend against fatal attacks at critical moments. It's time to comprehend this Tao steel. I hope this Tao steel will allow me to gain even more. Yi Qinfeng adjusted his breathing and came to the foot of the 30-meter-tall Tao steel. He controlled the God-Eater brain to quickly deduce the Tao steel. He released a powerful soul force into the Tao steel and understood the Tao intent contained within it. Yes, the life and death Tao insight, the heaven and earth Tao insight, the 5 elemental Tao insights, the illusion Tao insight, and the heaven Tao. When Yi Qinfeng comprehended the Tao steel, he unexpectedly noticed that the Tao insight contained within the Tao steel was surprisingly similar to the Tao insight he cultivated, and it even had the heaven Tao insight that he'd stopped at advancing, causing him to reveal a surprised expression. I didn't expect this Tao steel to be an origin Tao steel. Yi Qinfeng suppressed his excitement and controlled the God-Eater brain. Buzz, 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 buzz. As Yi Qinfeng was comprehending the origin Tao steel, Xia Wendy's body suddenly shone with boundless light. After refining 1/10,000th of the spirit origin under inhumane pain, she finally broke through the world shackles and broke through to the 4-star Tao Saint realm. After breaking through, her physical body also underwent some changes under the transformation of the spirit origin. Large amounts of impurities flowed out from her pores, causing her physical body to become even purer. Very quickly, half a year passed. Xia Wendy broke through the world shackles, broke through to the next realm, and transformed her physical body. This caused her body to be able to withstand a lot more, and her speed of refining the spirit origin became even faster. In this half a year, her cultivation realm had a qualitative leap. She went from 4-star Tao Saint to 5-star Tao Saint to 6-star Tao Saint. At this moment, she had only refined 1/100th of the spirit origin. She had a feeling that if she could completely refine the spirit origin, she would definitely be able to break through to the Tao sovereign realm that she didn't even dare to imagine. Xia Wendy cleared away all distracting thoughts and cultivated in seclusion. Yi Qinfeng had comprehended the origin Tao tablet for several months and had a deeper understanding of the 5 Tao intents. He had even cultivated the foundation of all Taos, the heavenly Tao, to the spirit grade Tao diagram realm. Where did the spirit race find this origin Tao steel? It is simply too powerful. If I can completely comprehend it, I will have a chance to cultivate the 5 Tao diagrams to the mystic diagram realm. He felt that he had only comprehended the surface of the origin Tao steel, but the heavenly Tao and the other Tao intents had already undergone a qualitative change. Yi Qinfeng was filled with anticipation. If his comprehension of the Tao intents could reach a higher level, it would greatly increase his combat strength and increase his ability to protect himself in the heaven region. Time flew by, and very quickly, 2 years had passed. The mystic diagram of the heavenly Tao, the Xian heaven and earth grade Tao diagram, the Xian 5 elements grade Tao diagram, the Xian life and death grade Tao diagram, and the Xian illusion grade Tao diagram. After comprehending the origin Tao steel for nearly 2 years, Yi Qinfeng's comprehension of the 5 Tao intents had undergone a qualitative change. All of them had reached the Xian level Tao diagram realm, greatly increasing his strength. After more than 2 years of refining, Xia Wendy had refined nearly 1/5 of the spirit origin. She had successfully broken through the bottleneck and reached the 1-star Tao Master realm. The spirit origin of a 1-star Tao Master is really powerful. Feeling Xia Wendy's strength, Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly and continued to comprehend the origin Tao steel and sublimate the Tao intents. While Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy were cultivating in the spirit race's land of inheritance, the central world had undergone earth-shaking changes. The 3 alien race legacies that had dominated the central world for countless years were completely destroyed. 3 new countries were established and declared that the human race was the only master of the soul-fighting continent. The entire central world had completely returned to peace. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 years, Yi Qinfeng had completely comprehended the origin Tao steel. Although his comprehension of the Tao intents had not improved, his battle strength had increased by dozens of times. His strength had also naturally surpassed the 5-star Tao Master realm and reached the 6-star Tao Master realm. He had also successfully cultivated the upper grade True Spirit Saint skill, the True Spirit Fighting Fist. During these 5 years, Xia Wendy had also completely refined the spirit origin and reached the 4-star Tao Master realm. She had also completely stimulated her born Taoism aptitude and comprehended the origin Tao steel. She had successfully cultivated the heavenly way, the Tao intents of life and death, and the Tao intents of stars to the Xian level Tao diagram realm. She had also comprehended the True Spirit Fighting Fist. Phew, it's been 5 years. It's time to ascend to the Qingyan realm. Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy's strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. He felt that he could completely ascend to the Qingyan realm. He found the human-headed stone statue. Senior, we are ready to ascend to the Qingyan realm. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and said, Good. I will now open the inter-realm teleportation array and send you to the Qingyan realm. However, this inter-realm teleportation array has existed for too long. You may encounter danger during the inter-realm teleportation array. You better be mentally prepared. The human-headed stone statue reminded them. I am confident that I can overcome the danger and ascend to the Qingyan realm. Yi Qinfeng said confidently. Good. Then I wish you good luck. After saying that, the human-headed stone statue opened the inter-realm teleportation array and sent Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy to the vast and magnificent Qingyan realm. P.S. We are about to ascend to the Qingyan realm and see Shui Piao Miao. If you want to see the original image of Shui Piao Miao, please add Jian Lei's WeChat public number, Y1TY83. Come on Sunday. Remember the URL. Sanwu Chinese Network. Chapter 1550. The Qingyan realm was the core of the universe. It was also the oldest and largest continent in the universe. It was located in the center of the universe and occupied the core position of the entire universe. Since the birth of the heaven realm, too many races had been born. Many of them were invincible almighties who could shake the heavens. These powerful figures had created a new world in the center of the Qingyan realm, which was the void god realm. In an ancient mountain range in the Qingyan realm, a large amount of energy fluctuations suddenly appeared. Many demonic beasts living in the mountain range were frightened and fled in panic. The next moment, two vague figures appeared in the mountain range, feeling the world around them. These two people were Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy, who had used the interrealm transmission formation to restrain the flood in the water. Well, what kind of power is this? As soon as they ascended to the Qingyan realm, they immediately felt a strange power coming from all directions and entering their bodies crazily, refining their Taoist power and bodies. The power of the Qingyan realm penetrates the body. Yi Qinfeng knew that when people ascended from the lower realms to the heaven domain, they would go through this process. There were also many people who were not strong enough and tried to forcefully ascend. Their bodies were shattered by the power of the heaven domain, and they died. Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy had both reached the level of Tao Master in the mortal world. Yi Qinfeng was a 6-star Tao Master, who was not to be trifled with in the Qingyan realm. The power of the Qingyan realm did not have any effect on them. Qingyan realm, is this the Qingyan realm? Feeling the power of the Qingyan realm and looking at the ancient trees that were dozens of meters tall and could only be encircled by 10 people, Xia Wendy's beautiful big eyes could not help but show excitement. Let's go and find someone to ask about it. Let's go to the Misty Heaven sect. With that, Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy flew out of the ancient forest. What a terrible space pressure! I am a 6-star Tao Master, but I can't fly for a long time. When Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy flew in the ancient forest, they found that the space pressure of the Qingyan realm was extremely great. Even with their strength, they felt deeply tired after flying for a long time. They had to land in the ancient forest and walk out of the forest. Ayo, ayo, ayo! While Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy were running at full speed, an earth-shattering roar of a beast suddenly rang out from the depths of the ancient forest. Through the gaps in the tree canopy, Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy were shocked to see a 3,000-meter-long snake with a pair of pitch-black wings and a brightly colored body fly out from the depths of the ancient forest. It hovered in the air, and its bloody mouth made people shudder as it roared loudly. Qingfeng, what level of demonic beast is this? Although Xia Wendy was a 4-star Tao Master, she still felt her heart tremble when she saw this brightly colored snake. It was as if this snake could easily kill her. She tightly grasped Yi Qinfeng's big hand and asked through voice transmission, "I'm afraid that the level of that snake has surpassed that of a king-level holy beast." Yi Qinfeng's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect to encounter a demonic snake that surpassed a 2-star Tao Emperor the moment he arrived in the heaven region. "Come, let's go over there. We must not let it discover us." Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy both retracted their auras and moved in the opposite direction of the demonic snake. They were afraid that they would be discovered by the demonic snake. Screech! The demonic snake circled in the air, hissing. A bird's cry rang out, and a 5-colored light flowed through its body. Its wingspan was over 100 meters, and it had a divine crown on its head. It flapped its huge wings and flew over, creating gusts of wind. It began to fight with the demonic snake in the air. Instantly, the entire void was in chaos. Billowing demonic auras filled the air, causing the entire void to tremble violently. However, the space of the heaven region was too firm. The battle between 2 king-level holy beasts was unable to destroy the void. It could only cause waves of energy to ripple. No, there are demonic beasts coming. Let's quickly increase our speed. Sensing that many demonic beasts in the ancient mountain forest were frightened and were rushing over, Yi Qinfeng pulled Xia Wendy's soft brother and quickly escaped from the ancient mountain forest. At this time, the ancient forest became more and more chaotic. A large number of terrifying demonic beasts rushed in from all directions. There were even a few terrifying demonic beasts that discovered Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy. They attacked the 2 of them, wanting to devour them. "Xia Wendy, let's not hold back. Kill any demonic beasts that attack us." At this critical moment, Yi Chen-feng and Xia Wendy didn't hold back. They both summoned powerful treasures and attacked the demonic beasts that were attacking them. Under the attack of the top-grade holy treasures, the demonic beasts were mercilessly killed by them. Their powerful strength also deterred many demonic beasts that were extremely intelligent, causing them to not dare to approach the two of them. Screech! About 6 hours later, the terrifying bird cry once again resounded through the heaven and earth. The colorful bird tore apart the demonic snake's huge body with its claws and let out a victor's cry. Yi Chen-feng and Xia Wendy also took advantage of this time to escape to the outside of the ancient mountain forest. They found a remote cave to hide in and entered the universe realm. Thinking back to the scene just now, Xia Wendy still had lingering fear. She didn't expect that there would be so many saint beasts residing in this mountain forest, and the strength of each saint beast surpassed the black god ant that he had subdued in the Xingluo continent. Xia Wendy, these two top-grade saint artifacts and the clear feather spirit saber are for you to protect yourself. Although Xia Wendy was very strong, her foundation was too weak. She didn't have any powerful treasures on her. Yi Chen-feng gave the two top-grade saint artifacts, the dual demon saber and the low-grade true spirit saint artifact, the clear feather spirit saber, to Xia Wendy. Thank you. Seeing the danger of the heaven domain, Xia Wendy didn't stand on ceremony with Yi Chen-feng. She accepted the three treasures and bound them with her blood before refining them into her body. Roar, boss, have we arrived at the heaven domain? At this time, the Chaos Divine beast came over and asked excitedly, Yes, we have successfully arrived at the heaven domain. Yi Chen-feng nodded. Roar, this is great. I must recover my memories and take revenge. The eyes of the divine beast shot out a ferocious glint as it fiercely spoke. It wanted to know who had suppressed it for so many years, almost causing it to lose its life in the Duhan continent. Oh, right, Chaos, Dragon Bloodlion. I want to go to the Misty Heaven sect. Do you know how to get there in the fastest way? Yi Chen-feng asked. The reason why he wanted to go to the Misty Heaven sect was because Yi Wuji had told him that the Misty Heaven sect had the ancient secret, Sword's Outline, which was extremely useful to him. Moreover, there was an acquaintance in the Misty Heaven sect, Shuepiao Miao. Master, the heaven domain is too big, so big that it's unimaginable. There are so many dimensions, and the fastest way to travel across dimensions is through wormholes. However, the price of traveling through wormholes is extremely expensive. The further the distance, the greater the price. Ordinary people can't afford it. Jin Qing said, Okay, I got it. Yi Chen-feng nodded and waited in the universe domain until dawn. When the ancient forest regained its peace, he and Xia Wendy successfully left the forest. After asking around, they flew to Red Thunder City, which was closest to the ancient forest and had a wormhole. Please use the search engine to search for the Gathering Cloud Pavilion. There are all kinds of weapons for you to see. Remember the website, San Wu Chinese Network. Chapter 1551. Crimson Thunder City was a city under the control of the Eternal Heaven Palace. It occupied several heaven vein sources of the heaven domain and had given birth to countless experts. It was one of the most famous cities of the human race. Rumble. Yi Chen-feng and Xia Wendy hurried on their way. When they arrived at the outskirts of Crimson Thunder City, they saw from afar that there was a dark gray city wall that was close to 100 zhang tall. It was like a docked mountain range that surrounded an ancient city. Above the city, there was an unimaginably large crimson formation. Thunderous rumbles could be heard from the formation, and it was extremely intimidating. What a terrifying array! Yi Chen-feng had seen many great arrays in the Duhan continent, but when he saw the crimson array above Crimson Thunder City, he was deeply shocked. Is this a city of the heaven domain? Just supporting the operation of such a great array would consume an unimaginable amount of heaven crystals, and the power of this great array could easily kill an emperor-level expert. As they approached Crimson Thunder City, the god-devouring brain rapidly deduced how terrifying the Crimson Array was. Yi Qianfeng also had a superficial understanding of the heaven domain. After paying 20,000 low-grade heaven crystals, Yi Qianfeng and Xia Wendy entered the grand and ancient Crimson Thunder City. So many experts. Walking into Crimson Thunder City, Yi Qianfeng found that the ancient streets were filled with powerful experts. Although there were many weak cultivators in the Crimson Thunder Pearl, most of them were beyond the one-star Dao Saint level. Among them, he could see powerful experts from the Monster Race, Heaven Race, and Heaven Race entering and leaving Crimson Thunder City. It seems that the clans of the Heaven Domain are harmonious on the surface. Yi Qianfeng muttered to himself. After asking around, the two arrived at the wormhole in the west of the city. They prepared to go through the wormhole to the void zone where the Misty Heaven sect was located. Going through the wormhole to the Misty Heaven City of the Void Zone costs 300,000 mid-grade heaven crystals per person. An old man in a gray robe sat cross-legged outside the wormhole. His aura was one with the space around him. He coldly glanced at Yi Qianfeng and Xia Wendy, who had suppressed their strength to the 3-star Dao Saint level. 300,000 middle-grade heaven crystals. Yi Qianfeng couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Although he had obtained many heaven domain inheritances in the Duhan continent, there were no heaven crystals in them. He had only obtained some mid-grade heaven crystals in the 2nd level of the universe realm, and there were only about 30,000 of them. It was far from enough to pay for the wormhole. Qingfeng, let's think of something. Looking at the frowning Yi Qianfeng, Xia Wendy lightly pulled on his sleeve and said, "All right, let's go." Yi Qianfeng nodded and prepared to buy some useless holy tools and holy treasures to collect 600,000 medial-grade heavenly crystals. Sky Treasure Pavilion. After leaving the wormhole, Yi Qianfeng and Li Wuyo soon found a 5-story treasure pavilion carved out of white jade. The pavilion's roof was inlaid with a white bead the size of a millstone, and it was filled with the power of formation patterns. It was very lively. They slowly walked over. "The two of you, may I know what you want to buy?" Just as Yi Qianfeng and Yi Qianfeng entered the heavenly treasure pavilion, a woman in a snow-white long dress with an elegant demeanor and light makeup on her delicate face slowly walked over. She had a hint of charm between her brows and asked in a pleasant voice, "I want to sell some things, some more things." Yi Qianfeng smiled and looked at the woman in the white dress who was a 2-star Dao Saint. She could be considered a saintess in the Duhan continent. "May I know what you want to sell?" The woman in the white dress continued to ask. "A few supreme grade, holy treasures," Yi Qianfeng said. "Supreme grade, holy treasures." The woman in the white dress eyes lit up. She sized up Yi Qianfeng and said, "The two of you, please follow me. Let's talk in the back hall." Although supreme grade holy treasures were not the most precious treasures in the heavenly domain, they were still very valuable. The woman in the white dress led them to the back hall enthusiastically and personally poured 2 cups of spirit tea for them. She said, "The two of you, I wonder if you can show me the supreme grade holy treasures you want to sell." "Sure." Yi Qianfeng nodded and took out the Mount Blood Demon that was almost useless to him, as well as the 3 supreme grade holy treasures that he had obtained from killing Heavenly Emperor Xiaofeng and Heavenly Emperor Qingyuan. He handed them to the woman in the white dress. "If I'm not mistaken, these 4 supreme grade holy treasures, one of them was inherited from the Heavenly Clan, right?" The woman in the white dress carefully identified the 4 supreme grade holy treasures, and a satisfied smile appeared on her exquisite face. "Not bad. I wonder if your pavilion will accept them?" Yi Qianfeng took a sip of spirit tea and immediately felt a rich spirit energy flow down his throat and into his stomach, causing him to be shocked. "Of course, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion will accept them." The woman in the white dress nodded and said, These 4 supreme-grade holy treasures are of high quality. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion will purchase them for 100,000 mid-grade heaven crystals each. 100,000. Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly and said, "Miss, can't the price be higher?" "This is already the highest price. You must know that the price of the supreme-grade holy treasures sold by the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is at most 10,000 to 20,000 mid-grade heaven crystals. Young master, you can't let us lose money, right?" The woman in white said with a chuckle. "All right, I'll sell them." Yi Qinfeng pondered for a moment, but still sold the 4 supreme-grade holy treasures to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. "Oh, right, miss, I want to buy some antiques. I wonder if you can take us to take a look." After selling the 4 supreme-grade holy treasures, Yi Qinfeng was afraid that if he took out too many supreme-grade holy treasures, he would be remembered. So he did not continue to sell them and asked. The reason why he wanted to buy antiques was that according to the inherited memories of the God-Eater brain, most of the antiques in the heavenly domain were relics that had been passed down for a long time but were not of high value. Although the antiques had been appraised by a large number of people over the years, and it was very difficult to find treasures from them, there were still lucky people who found treasures from the antiques. Yi Qinfeng had the God-Eater brain, so he wanted to try his luck. "Why? Young master wants to treasure." The woman in the white dress put away the 4 supreme-grade holy treasures and smiled. "I do have this idea." Yi Qinfeng nodded and said frankly, "Hee, then I wish young master good luck." The woman in the white dress smiled and left the back hall with Yi Qinfeng. They came to a great hall shrouded in powerful restrictions. As soon as they entered the great hall, Yi Qinfeng immediately felt an ancient aura. In the great hall, there were rows of ancient shelves that were more than 10 feet tall. Xingluo was densely placed on the shelves with a large number of ancient antiques. Many of the antiques were already covered with a thick layer of dust because they had been stored for too long. "Both of you, this is the place where the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion stores the antiques. Both of you can choose freely. If you choose a suitable antique, tell me and I will give you a discount." The white dress said very shrewdly. "Thank you." Yi Qinfeng nodded and walked into the ancient hall with Xia Wendy. They walked back and forth among the rows of tall ancient shelves and picked out elegant antiques. Please use the search engine to search for the keyword Yunlai Pavilion. There are all kinds of artifacts for you to see. Remember the website address. Sandwood Chinese Network. Chapter 1552. Young Master Han, look, there's a great beauty over there. When Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy were choosing treasures under the ancient racks, a man with a sharp face wearing a green robe noticed the devastatingly beautiful Xia Wendy. His eyes lit up, and he immediately said to the man beside him who was holding an ancient altar and carefully examining it, "And, as expected of a peerless beauty, to my liking." The man put down the ancient altar in his hand and glanced at Xia Wendy from afar. His flat eyes immediately revealed a fiery expression. "Come, let's go over and say hello. Miss, this one is Han Tumming, the eldest young master of the Han family. Can I get to know you?" Han Tumming lightly held a jade fan with a picture of a beauty on it and said with a smile on his face, "No." Xia Wendy hated Han Tumming's fiery gaze and took the initiative to grab Yi Qinfeng's arm and refused without hesitation. "I don't have any evil intentions. I just want to get to know you." Han Tumming still had a smile on his face and said without giving up, "Isn't it too disrespectful for you to refuse like this? A good dog doesn't block the road. Move aside." Yi Qinfeng had just ascended to the heaven domain, so he did not want to cause any trouble. However, not causing any trouble did not mean that he was not afraid of trouble. Yi Qinfeng said coldly as he looked at Han Tumming, who had ill intentions, "And are you talking about me again?" Han Tumming frowned slightly as a stern look appeared in his deep eyes. He looked at Yi Qinfeng and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Could it be that you think I'm talking about someone else?" Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, "You have guts." Han Tumming's expression slowly turned cold. "I hope that after leaving the Heaven Treasure Pavilion, you can still be so stubborn. The people I have my eyes on have not escaped from my grasp yet." After saying that, Han Tumming deeply looked at Yi Qinfeng and Xiao Wendy and left with his two followers. "Miss, who are they?" Looking at the backs of Han Tumming and the other two leaving, Yi Qinfeng came to the side of the woman in white dress and asked in a low voice, "They are from the Scarlet Thunder City's Han clan. That Han, too, is the eldest son of the Han clan. Relying on the Han clan as a big tree, he has harmed many girls in the Scarlet Thunder Pearl." The woman in white said slowly, "Based on my understanding of that Han Tumming, he definitely won't let this go. Why don't the two of you leave quickly? Many thanks for young lady's kind intentions." Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly. "This one still has a question. How strong is the Han family?" "The Han clan controls quite a large force in Crimson Thunder City. Han Tumming's father, the patriarch of the Han clan, seems to be a one-star Tao Emperor expert," the white dress woman said truthfully. "One-star Tao Emperor." After learning about the Han clan's strength, Yi Qinfeng relaxed. With the strength and foundation in front of him, he could easily kill a one-star Tao Emperor expert. "Are you two really not going to leave?" The woman in white asked softly as she watched Yi Qinfeng and Li Wuyo choose the antiques with interest. "No hurry." After saying that, Yi Qinfeng closed his eyes and controlled the God-Eater brain to quickly deduce and sense the antiques displayed on the treasure shelves. After the God-Eater brain quickly sensed for a while, Yi Qinfeng suddenly opened his eyes. He jumped slightly and took down 3 severely damaged array flags that were placed on the treasure shelves. After blowing off the dust on the flags, he carefully appraised them and handed them over to Xiao Wendy. "Qinfeng, are you interested in these 3 array flags?" Xiao Wendy asked in puzzlement when she saw that the 3 array flags that Yi Qinfeng handed over were severely damaged and had almost no value. "And I feel that these 3 array flags are still somewhat useful. I will go back and study them." Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, after choosing the 3 array flags, Yi Qinfeng found an earthen jar on an ancient shelf. Although this earthen jar was very old, it did not have a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation and seemed to be worthless. After choosing 2 items, Yi Qinfeng did not find any other antiques that could attract him. He slowly walked to the entrance of the hall and asked, "May I know the value of these 3 array flags and this earthen jar?" "If young master really wants them, just give me 50,000 mid-grade heaven crystals." The value of antiques was limited. The woman in white took a closer look at the 3 antiques that Yi Qinfeng had chosen and said, "All right." Yi Qinfeng nodded. Then he happily paid 50,000 medial grade heavenly crystals and bought the 4 ancient items. Yi Qinfeng took out a piece of paper and wrote down 18 types of rare materials before asking, "By the way, young lady, I still need some refining materials. May I know if you have any?" "Yes, but the heavenly patterned stone and warm jade that young master needs are not cheap. If you buy them all, I'm afraid you will need 200,000 mid-grade heaven crystals." The woman in white nodded and said, 200,000. Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly. He did not expect these 18 types of refining materials to be so expensive. They were equivalent to 2 supreme-grade sacred artifacts. However, these materials were useful to him, so he still paid 200,000 mid-grade heaven crystals to buy the 18 types of refining materials, including the heavenly pattern stone. Although Yi Qinfeng did not manage to gather 600,000 medial grade heavenly crystals from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, he managed to buy something that caught his eye. This was especially so for the 4 great ancient items. This made him secretly happy, and he prepared to study them properly. "Let's go. Let's find a place to rest." After walking out of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Yi Qin-feng discovered that the Han clan's people did not stop him outside. However, he knew that the Han clan's people would definitely not let him off so easily. However, he was not afraid. He came to an inn with pleasant scenery and rented an elegant room to rest. Qin-feng, what exactly is the value of these 4 antiques that you bought? Xia, Wendy could not tell the value of the 4 antiques that Yi Qin-feng bought as she asked in puzzlement. Originally, these 3 array flags weren't of much value, but with these 18 types of refining materials, it's different. The reason why Yi Qin-feng bought the 3 array flags was that after the God-Eater brain evolved, it had produced several soul fragments. One of the soul fragments remembered how to repair the array flags. Therefore, he bought the 3 array flags and gathered the 18 types of materials needed to repair the array flags in an attempt to repair them. Then what about this earthen jar? Xia, Wendy continued asking. I'm not very sure about the exact value of this earthen jar, but it definitely hides a secret. Back when the God-Eater brain sensed the entire ancient temple, only this earthen jar resonated with it. Therefore, Yi Qin-feng was very certain that this earthen jar was definitely not simple. All right, Matzi, have a good rest. I don't think it will be peaceful tonight. You should conserve your energy and wait for a big fight with me, Yi Qin-feng said with a faint smile. Qin-feng, you want to attack the Han family? Xia, Wendy said in astonishment. She was astonished at Yi Qin-feng's guts. No, the Han family will definitely attack us, and we are just defending ourselves. Yi Qin-feng shook his head and said, after we destroy the people who have designs on you, we'll make a trip to the Han family and make them pay a price. With that said, he summoned the supreme grade, sacred treasure, the Fei, the arch furnace. He awakened the purple-eyed mystic rhinoceros soul and threw the 3 array flags and the 18 types of refining materials into the Fei, the arch furnace. He ignited the heaven incinerating sacred flame and began refining it in an attempt to repair the 3 array flags. Chaos Divine Wood. When Yi Qin-feng repaired the array flags, he summoned his intrinsic treasure, the Chaos Divine Wood. He controlled the Chaos Divine Wood to extend a large number of roots into the earthen jar. He wanted to use the Chaos Divine Wood to test the secrets hidden in the mysterious earthen jar. Remember URL. Sanwu Chinese Network. Chapter 1553. What kind of power is this? When the roots of the Chaos Divine Wood shattered the mysterious earthen jar and swallowed a large amount of soil into the tree, Yi Qin-feng could still feel an extremely powerful energy from the Chaos Divine Wood. By Chinese Network. Sacred Spirit Land. This is the power of the Sacred Spirit Land. Under the repeated detection of the God-Eater brain, Yi Qin-feng unexpectedly discovered that the secret hidden in the earthen jar was actually a legendary soil of the heaven region, the Sacred Spirit Land. The greatest function of the Sacred Spirit Land was to nourish the extraordinary items of heaven and earth. For the Chaos Divine Wood, it was definitely the best nourishing item. Regardless of whether I can repair the 3 ancient flags or not, the 50,000 mid-grade heaven crystals were worth it. Yi Qin-feng felt that after the Chaos Divine Wood swallowed the Sacred Spirit Land, it would definitely transform again. At that time, the power of the Chaos Divine would probably surpass the low-grade True Spirit Saint artifact and be comparable to the Green Phoenix Sacred Bow. Time passed by slowly, and soon the sky turned dark. Just as the Chaos Divine Wood was transforming after absorbing the Sacred Spirit Land, and the Demon Emperor Furnace was melting the 18 kinds of refining materials to repair the 3 ancient flags, Yi Qin-feng's powerful soul power sensed more than 10 powerful auras quietly approaching. He opened his tightly shut eyes. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Qin-feng summoned the ancient sky-shrouding diagram and hid in the side room, waiting for Han Tumming and the rest to barge in. Boom! The side room's restriction was forcefully shattered by brute force, and Han Tumming led 13 Han family experts to barge in. In order to avoid any unexpected incidents, 3 of the 13 experts that Han Tumming brought along had the strength of a 6-star Dao Master, When the three of them joined forces, they could definitely contend against a one-star Tao Emperor. Kid, I've said it before. The woman that I fancy will never escape from my palm. Han Tuming revealed a sinister expression as he looked at Yi Qinfeng with eyes full of killing intent. I'm afraid I won't let you do as you wish this time. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng activated the ancient sky-shrouding diagram and sealed the entire space, sealing Han Tuming and the rest in the side room. What? With your strength as a 3-star Tao Saint, do you think you can threaten me? With the support of 3 6-star Tao Masters, Han Tuming did not take Yi Qinfeng seriously at all and sneered. 3-star Tao Saint. The smile on Yi Qinfeng's face grew even wider. Open your dog eyes wide and look at my current realm. With that, Yi Qinfeng stopped using the mirage blood to hide his aura and revealed his true strength in front of Hemingway Map and the others. 6-star Tao Master, who are you? In order to hide your strength, what are you planning to do in Red Thunder City? Sensing Yi Qinfeng's rising strength, the smile on Han Tuming's face froze. He widened his eyes and stared at Yi Qinfeng, a strong sense of uneasiness rising in his heart. Isn't it too late to ask about my identity now? As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng took a step forward with his sword and transformed into a thunderous sword shadow, suddenly attacking Han Tuming. Protect Master Han. The expressions of the 3 6-star Tao Masters changed slightly. Instinctively, they wanted to stand in front of Han Tuming and force Yi Qinfeng to retreat. For times the flow of time, Yi Qinfeng, who was flying at high speed, suddenly sped up the flow of time by 4 times. Before the 3 6-star Tao Masters could rescue him, he appeared in front of Han Tuming, who had turned pale with fright. His right hand grabbed Han Tuming's neck at lightning speed and retreated. Don't mess around. If you dare to hurt me, I promise you won't be able to leave Red Thunder City alive. Han Tuming wanted to struggle when Yi Qinfeng grabbed his neck. However, Yi Qinfeng's strength was so much stronger than his that he could not produce any Tao power in his body. He had to use the Han family to pressure Yi Qinfeng. Sai, if I was afraid of the Han family, I wouldn't have attacked you. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said coldly. With the help of the God-Eater brain, he penetrated into Han Tuming's soul sea and quickly searched his soul. Sure enough, there is only one 1-star Tao Emperor in the Han family. Yi Qinfeng was completely relieved after knowing the true strength of the Han family. Although he had just ascended to the celestial realm, the strength he controlled was enough to wipe out the Han family. It's all our fault today. If you let Master Han go, we'll compensate you accordingly. The oldest 6-star Tao Master shouted. Don't worry. After I kill you, I'll go to the Han family and get the compensation personally. With that, Yi Qinfeng exerted a little force with his right hand and crushed Han Tuming's body defense with a force of more than 100 million pounds. He broke his neck and shattered his soul, killing him on the spot. Master Han. Seeing Han Tuming die in a pool of blood, the 13 masters of the Han family were all dumbfounded. They did not expect Yi Qinfeng to be so bold as to kill Han Tuming in public. What are you waiting for? Take them down and hand them over to the master. The old man sensed the seriousness of the situation and shouted. He and the 13 masters of the Han family besieged Yi Qinfeng. Mo Ba, come out. In order to end the battle, Yi Qinfeng summoned Mo Ba, who was a 6-star demon master, to face the 13 masters of the Han family. Holy fire, triple transformation, primordial blood, burn. After breaking through to the 6-star Tao Master realm, Yi Qinfeng's strength became even stronger. When he used his trump card to increase his strength, he directly surpassed the limit of a 6-star Tao Master and temporarily possessed the strength of a 1-star Tao Emperor. His physical strength was more than 3 billion, and it crushed the attacks of the Han family's masters as easily as crushing dry weeds. Ah, ah, ah! Screams of agony could be heard one after another. One by one, the Han family's masters were mercilessly killed by Yi Qinfeng and Mo Ba. A large amount of blood splattered on the ground and flowed. Capture that woman. After witnessing Yi Qinfeng and Mo Ba's terrifying battle prowess, the Han clan's experts trembled. They cast their gazes toward Xia Wendi, wanting to capture her and use her life to threaten Yi Qinfeng. Ah, you're courting death. Seeing that the two masters who captured Xia Wendi were only 3-star Dao masters, Yi Qinfeng shook his head. With Xia Wendi's current strength, even a 5 elements Dao master could not threaten her, let alone a 3-star Dao master. What? A Xian-level Dao diagram. Before the 2 3-star Dao masters could attack, they were stunned by the Xian-level Dao diagrams that gushed out of Xia Wendi's body, and their reactions slowed down. In the next moment, Xia Wendi launched a fierce attack on the 2 of them. The 3 Xian-level Dao diagrams turned into flowing water and poured into the dual demon sabers. She slashed at the 2 3-star Dao masters of the Han family, cutting them in half and killing them on the spot. Let's go. When the remaining 3 6-star Dao masters saw that Xia Wendi's strength was equally terrifying, they immediately wanted to retreat and leave as soon as possible. Green Phoenix Sacred Bow, explode! Yi Qinfeng summoned the Kirin Kingdom and burst out 3 billion kilograms of strength. In an instant, he continuously drew the bow and shot 3 Green Phoenix Sacred arrows at the 3 6-star Dao masters. Although the 3 of them were powerful, they could not withstand the attack of the Green Phoenix Sacred arrows. Before the 3 of them could scream, they were shot by the terrible attack power of the Green Phoenix Sacred arrows and died. Sky-burning Sacred Fire, melt! After killing Han Tumming and the others at lightning speed, Yi Qinfeng immediately spat out the sky-burning Sacred Fire, melting their bodies and destroying the evidence. Because the whole idea was blocked by the ancient sky-shrouding scroll, Yi Qinfeng did not alarm anyone when he killed Han Tumming and the others. Let's go to the Han family and seek justice. Yi Qinfeng moved his mind and put the remains of Han Tumming and the others into the Qinkuan realm. Then he took Xia Wendi and left the inn, which was filled with a strong smell of blood. According to the soul memory in Han Tumming's mind, they came to the Han family mansion, which was shrouded in darkness. Chapter 1554. Qingfeng, if we go in like this, there won't be any accidents, right? Although the Han family is nothing to be afraid of, the Han family is only a second-rate family in the Scarlet Thunder Pearl. If there is an accident while robbing the Han family, then their situation will be very dangerous. By Chinese network? Don't worry, I have a way. Yi Qinfeng's lips curled up. He gently pulled Xia Wendi's small hand and said, "After we go in, don't say anything. Leave everything to me." After saying that, Yi Qinfeng walked towards the heavily guarded Han family mansion. "Stop, who are you? Why did you come to my Han family mansion in the middle of the night?" The 2 Han family guards outside the mansion saw Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendi walking in the dark night. Their faces sank as they loudly reprimanded. "If you want Han Tumming to live, then obediently send a message to the Han family head. If you delay any longer, even the gods won't be able to save Han Tumming." Yi Qinfeng coldly said, Who are you?" The 2 Han family guards knew that Han Tumming had brought experts out tonight. Their faces slightly changed as they loudly asked, "What? You still want to ask such useless nonsense?" Yi Qinfeng coldly said, "I have a bit of patience. If you don't send a message, then I will leave immediately. The consequences of this matter will be borne by the 2 of you." "Good, you wait here. I will go inform the family head." The Han family guards felt the seriousness of the situation. They didn't dare to make a decision and obediently ran into the Han family mansion to report. Soon, the quiet Han family mansion was brightly lit. A powerful aura appeared in the main hall. "The 2 of you, the family head, is waiting for you in the main hall. Please follow me." The Han family guards opened the mansion door and personally led Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendi to the main hall. Entering the Han family mansion, Xia Wendi's face slightly tightened. Clearly, She was still worried about the business in her heart. Don't be afraid. Leave everything to me. There won't be any big problems, Yi Chinfeng calmly said as he tightly gripped Xia, Wendy's soft little hand, making her uneasy heart relax a lot. Family head, the two people who came to report have been brought here. The Han family guard stood in the brightly lit hall and respectfully reported. Let them in. A deep voice rang out in the hall, echoing in the ears of Yi Chinfeng and Bai Yunfei. Obviously, the Han clan's patriarch wanted to give Yi Chinfeng and Li Jie a show of strength. Who are you? What happened to the map? In the Red Thunder City, the head of the Han family was not afraid of anything happening to Han Tumming. He coldly stared at Yi Chinfeng and Xia Wendy as he questioned them in a dignified manner. When he saw Xia Wendy, a stunned expression appeared in his deep eyes. His gaze couldn't help but be attracted by Xia Wendy's peerless appearance. Han Tumming is dead. I killed him. Yi Chinfeng pulled Xia Wendy over to one of the two empty armchairs. He poured himself a cup of spirit tea and gently took a sip as he spoke. What? Yi Chinfeng's words caused a huge uproar in the Han family's hall. Although Han Tumming's evil deeds were endless, he was deeply loved by the elders of the Han family. This was also the reason why the Han family always stood up for him and quelled his troubles. Now that they heard the news of his death, everyone present was furious. How dare you? You killed my son and still dare to come to my Han family to show off. The patriarch of the Han family was mad. The killing intent in his body leaked out as he locked onto Yi Chinfeng and Li Jie. He angrily roared, Patriarch of the Han family, don't you want to know why I killed your son? Yi Chinfeng ignored the oppressive aura. He drank his spirit tea and said, Also, I advise you to not be so agitated. Since I dared to come here, I naturally didn't come here to die. Who are you? Looking at Yi Chinfeng, who didn't reveal a trace of panic and even had a trace of contempt in his eyes, the patriarch of the Han family tried his best to calm himself down and asked in a low voice. Yi Chinfeng put down the teacup in his hand and looked at the patriarch of the Han family, who had a gloomy expression. Who I am is not important. What's important is that your son really angered me. He made me want to flatten your Han family. What big words. You really think that my Han family is a soft persimmon that you can bully? The more arrogant Yi Chinfeng's tone was, the more the patriarch of the Han family and the others were apprehensive. It made them constantly speculate about Yi Chinfeng's identity. What, you want me to play hard? Yi Chinfeng suddenly crushed the jasper teacup and said, All right, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. After he finished speaking, a terrifying aura spread out from Yi Chinfeng's body and instantly enveloped the entire main hall. Feeling this aura, everyone present was stunned. It became difficult to breathe, and cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. They felt like mice that had seen a cat. Although they couldn't determine what kind of expert was releasing this aura, they could be sure that the strength of the owner of this aura was definitely above the Tao Emperor level. It was very likely that it was released by a Tao Master expert. Thinking that Yi Chinfeng had the protection of a Tao Master expert behind him, the patriarch of the Han family and the others felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. They finally understood why Yi Chinfeng was so arrogant. After killing Han Tumming, he even dared to come to the Han family to seek justice. If he had the protection of a Tao Master expert, then even if he destroyed the Han family, no one in Crimson Thunder City would stand up for them. The number of forces that could send a Tao Master as a bodyguard could be counted on one hand in the entire Heaven region. Thinking of this, the Han clan head revealed a bitter smile. He knew that now was not the time to think about how to avenge Han Tumming. Instead, he should be thinking about how to appease Yi Chinfeng and the expert behind him who seemed to be a Taoist master. Young master, please calm down. Senior, please calm down. This matter is my Han family's fault. I hope that young master, senior, won't take offense. The patriarch of the Han family lightly wiped the sweat on his forehead and said in fear, What? Are you afraid now? Isn't it too late? Yi Qinfeng's voice turned cold and filled with killing intent as he said, No, no, we didn't understand young master's good intentions just now. Han Tuming kept apologizing. It's mainly because young master, senior, is willing to let us go. My Han family is willing to give you a huge gift to express our apology. What, you think we're here to blackmail you? Yi Qinfeng sneered and said, Just based on your little Han family, what can you possibly get into my eyes? No, that's not what we meant. Although the terrifying aura that intimidated them had disappeared, the patriarch of the Han family and the others were still terrified. They were afraid that Yi Qinfeng would be displeased and have the expert behind him destroy the Han family. Forget it. I came out to play this time. I don't want to start a massacre. Yi Qinfeng sighed softly and said, However, that useless son of yours is truly detestable. If I don't punish your Han family won't remember this lesson. How about this? Give me 10 million mid-grade heaven crystals, and I'll let this matter go. Yi Qinfeng sighed softly and said dully, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and give the young master the heaven crystals. Although the loss of 10 million medial-grade heavenly crystals was enough to cause the Han clan to suffer a great loss, he was truly frightened by that horrifying aura earlier. As long as he could beat Yi Qinfeng away and resolve the Han clan's trouble, he was willing to pay any price. Soon, a Han family expert held a universe ring and respectfully handed it to Yi Qinfeng with both hands. Remember this lesson. There are many people that your Han family can't afford to offend. Yi Qinfeng accepted the universe ring and slowly said, Uncle Bai, let's end this matter here. Let's go. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng pulled the stunned Xiao Wendy and left the Han family estate under the respectful escort of the Han family members, disappearing into the night. Chapter 1555. Qingfeng, how did you release that terrifying aura just now? Even after leaving the Han family, Xiao Wendy still felt as if she was in a dream. She never thought that Yi Qinfeng would be able to extort 10 million mid-grade heavenly crystals with just his mouth. She was even more shocked at the origin of that aura just now. Secret, Yi Qinfeng faintly smiled at Xiao Wendy and pretended to be mysterious. He didn't tell her about the existence of the shining dragon, causing her to be so angry that she stomped her feet. The two of them left the Han family and didn't rent an inn. Instead, they turned to a remote area and hid in the universe realm to rest. Early in the morning, rays of gentle sunlight sprinkled over Scarlet Thunder City, awakening this city with a long history. At dawn, Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy left the universe realm and flew towards the wormhole. After paying 600,000 mid-grade heavenly crystals, they entered the mysterious wormhole. How can the power of space in this wormhole be so stable? After entering the wormhole, Yi Qinfeng's deep eyes revealed a strange light. He saw specks of stars. The wormhole was like a tunnel in the starry sky, filled with a powerful power of space. And this power of space was extremely stable, without the slightest fluctuation of space. Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy mixed in with the crowd and waited for a while. Then a snake-like ship appeared. The two of them followed the crowd and entered the ship. Because Xia Wendy was too beautiful, when she entered the ship, her breathtaking appearance and graceful figure attracted the gazes of many males, causing her to be extremely angry. Let's go, we'll rest in the cabin. Yi Qinfeng lightly patted Xia Wendy's soft hand and brought her to their own cabin to rest. Qingfeng, you rest. I'm not too tired. Seeing that there was only one bed in the cabin and that the space wasn't large, Xia Wendy's restricted face suddenly flushed red as she pouted. Mosquito, you also have times when you're shy? Seeing Xia Wendy's somewhat unnatural expression, Yi Qinfeng revealed a faint smile as he teased. You, Xia Wendy glared at him, grinding her silver teeth as she glared at him. All right, I'm going to the universe realm to continue repairing the three-sided ancient flag. You should go to bed and rest. Don't worry, I won't peek at you." Yi Qinfeng gently scratched her white nose with his finger and entered the Qinkuan realm. He continued to control the furnace of the Demon Emperor to repair the three broken ancient flags. While Yi Qinfeng was trying his best to repair the three ancient flags, the Chaos Divine Tree absorbed the Saint Spirit soil and began a new transformation. The power of the tree continued to increase, and the power of the Chaos Divine Tree gradually surpassed that of a low-grade, true Spirit Saint artifact. Very quickly, 3 days passed, under the refinement of the sky-burning sacred flame and the Demon Emperor furnace. The 18 precious refining materials were completely melted, and impurities were removed. They turned into pure spirit liquids and melted into the three broken ancient flags. Basically, the three severely damaged ancient flags were repaired. Middle-grade true spirit saint artifact ancient array flags. Looking at the three ancient array flags that he had repaired, Yi Qinfeng revealed a satisfied smile. The grade of these three ancient array flags had greatly exceeded his expectations. With these three ancient array flags as the core and the ancient sky shrouding diagram as the support, he felt that he could set up a great array that could trap a Tao Emperor expert to death. After 3 days of transformation, the Chaos Divine Tree's power had completely reached the standard of a mid-grade true Spirit Saint artifact. It had become his other trump card. After repairing the three ancient array flags, Yi Qinfeng took out the spoils of war that he had obtained from killing Heavenly Emperor Xiaofeng and Heavenly Emperor Qingyuan. There were many mid-grade heaven crystals in their Qinkuan rings and hundreds of high-grade heaven crystals. Sigh, I was really muddle-headed. I actually forgot about their universe rings. However, this is good as well. Not only did I get 4 great treasures, I even managed to extort 10 million medial-grade heavenly crystals. Yi Qinfeng smiled and moved the two's belongings into the universe realm. Mid-grade true spirit saint skill secret art of ether. When they were moving the spoils of war, Yi Qinfeng found an incomparably precious healing divine item in the heaven and earth ring of the Howling Wind Celestial Emperor, which was taken away by Torch Dragon. Then he accidentally found a jade slip, and in the jade slip was the Azure Sky clan's inheritance, true spirit saint skill, secret of the Azure Sky. There were 2 great heavenly clans in the Sky domain. The Green Sky Clan and Sky Clan were able to stand tall in the Sky domain for countless years because of their immortal inheritance. If he could comprehend the secret art of ether, it would definitely increase his foundation and combat strength greatly. Green Sky Clan, you've really given me a great gift. After transferring the spoils of war, Yi Qinfeng calmed down and controlled the God-Eater brain to memorize the secret art of ether. Secret art of ether was a mid-grade, true spirit saint skill. There were 3 mid-grade, true spirit saint skills, namely secret art of ether, sword of ether, and Tao of boundless. Among them, the power of Tao of boundless surpassed the mid-grade, true spirit saint skill and was comparable to a high-grade, true spirit saint skill. Green Sky Clan, I will gladly accept your great gift. Just when Yi Qinfeng was controlling the God-Eater brain to comprehend the secret art of ether, he heard Xiao Wendy's call. After flying for nearly 5 days in the wormhole, the long wheel arrived at the void zone where the Misty Heaven sect was located. Xiao Wendy, summon your sword puppet. Yi Qinfeng left the Qinkuan realm and came to Xiao Wendy's side and said softly. The 2 of them summoned their sword spirit puppets, and Yi Qinfeng immediately took out all of his high-grade heaven crystals. He infused several hundred high-grade heaven crystals into the 2 sword spirit puppets that the spirit race had refined. Each sword puppet had merged with more than 200 upper-grade heaven crystals. Its strength increased steadily until it reached the peak of the 6-star Tao Master level. Together with their indestructible defense, it was enough to be a powerful helper for Yi, Chenfeng, and Xiao Wendy. Qingfeng, where did you get so many upper-grade heaven crystals? Xiao Wendy widened her eyes and asked in surprise. It's a secret. Yi Qinfeng smiled and changed the topic. Come, I have a gift for you. With that, Yi Qinfeng gave the extremely precious secret art of ether to Xiao Wendy. This is the medium-grade, true spirit saint spell. Xia Wendy penetrated her soul power into the jade slip. Her beautiful face was full of shock. She knew how precious the medium-grade, true spirit saint spell was. She did not expect Yi Chenfeng to give it to her without reservation. She was very touched. Well, take it. Remember to return it to me after you comprehend the secret art of ether. I want to sell it for money. Yi Qinfeng looked at Xiao Wendy, who could not hide her excitement, and said with a smile, Money grubber. Xiao Wendy glanced at Yi Qinfeng charmingly and took the secret art of ether. She took the initiative to hold his arm and left the cabin intimately. After the long ship stopped, they walked down the long ship and came to the nihility zone. Well, the moment Yi Qinfeng walked down the long ship, he frowned slightly and a cold light flashed in his eyes. However, he did not stop. He left the wormhole and spent a lot of lower-grade heaven crystals in the city to buy a topographic map of the nihility zone. Then he rode 2 dragon horses of the holy beast level and rushed toward the misty heaven city. If you want to see the picture of misty snow tomorrow, please add my WeChat public number, YTY83.